Perfect timing. Oh no! Except I missed some stuff. Says you see me, you can't see me because I forgot to open something. How dare you? I'm sorry. It'll never be good though, is the problem. Though arguably speaking, I can't help it. Everyone who wants to watch me at 4 a.m. because they live in a place in the world where they can only watch me at 4 a.m. But I do appreciate it, Mode. I understand. This is the struggle. This is the struggle. Is when's a good time? It seems like the best times for me are the worst times for everybody on the planet. I have noticed this with my life, but I've gotten used to it at this point. So welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm your host, Isaac MCCanary. I don't want to be a baby. Thank you very much. I don't want to be a baby. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm your host, Isaac MCCanary. It's Saturday. I'm going to be a dinosaur. I've come a little bit better prepared. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do this a little bit more every single time, since I also have a little bit more, usually more flexibility in start time on Saturdays. Today I'm actually a little bit tighter. I have to end by 2 because I have plans later, so I'll have to end that when I do. But, well, yes, of course I'm a nice dinosaur. I'm a nice dinosaur who fights mean dinosaurs, or if I am a dinosaur that fights dinosaurs, I don't eat out of hatred, I eat out of hunger. And I only kill when I eat. But I came more prepared this time. I've been pulling up some documents. I did a little bit of research on some of the dinosaurs that I kind of want to play today, and kind of have a better idea on how to look up information on the things I want to talk about. So today, I think we're going to start off with one of my favorite, personally, probably my favorite stegosaur out there, though there are some interesting stegosaurs that I have never heard of. We can look at some of them. I think there's 2 other stegosaurs in this game. There's a lot of stegosaurs out there, though. I wish they had the early Cretaceous stegosaur, though. I've never heard of this guy. Miragaia is a stegosaur, seemingly a kind of kentrosaurid stegosaur that I have never heard of. I've never seen this guy before. Maybe he's newer, or maybe he's just a little bit more obscure. And then I think they have the classic stegosaurs, which everybody loves the stegosaurus. Everybody loves the stegosaurus. Stegosaurus is great. And I think those are the only stegosaurs that are in the game right now. Yeah, there's only 3 stegosaurs, at least in this server. So we're going to start off with Kentrosaurus to kind of warm up and kind of get started and test something. I was doing a little bit of research. Essentially. And pretty much, I was trying to look up information on different things regarding, what the paleoecologies of specific dinosaurs were like, looking that up. And guys, I learned something. I might do a little bit better research. I actually found some keywords that helped a little bit. But I was actually having a hard time because I cannot for the life of me find the paleoecology or information on the paleoecology of specifically Dilophosaurus. I was like, paleoecology of the early Triassic. Surely somebody knows something about that. Nope. I couldn't find anything. I was like, does nobody know anything about the early Triassic? Why does nobody know anything about the early Triassic? That makes no sense to me. I couldn't find anything, because that's the thing. Yes, the Dilophosaurus was from the Triassic. The Dilophosaurus didn't see the end of the Triassic. By the time things like by the time Allosaurus and things appeared, the Jurassic was over. The Dilophosaurus had disappeared. Not the Jurassic was over. By the time Allosaurus had appeared, dinosaurs like Dilophosaurus had already gone extinct or had already changed. And this is something important to remember, that extinction in the context of things like evolutionary change, where you have dinosaurs disappearing through the fossil record, that extinction just... Okay, good. There's a hippo. Weird friendly hippo. It's 99% speculation. Well, I will... sorry, Moat. The only reason why I'm like, the thing is that kind of speculation is very reductive. It actually is still founded on pretty genuine and generous research. And when something disappears in the fossil record, that means that when you stop seeing taxa after a certain point of extinction, that doesn't mean that that just means that they went extinct at some point. That just means that they went out at some point. That's the funny thing is dinosaurs and animals are going extinct constantly through time. They actually are going constantly extinct through time to open up niches to allow other dinosaurs to take their place, whether they are derivative of their lineage, so they could be other dinosaurs that evolutionarily are related to them, but at some point they would have to go extinct before those lineages... Fuck. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ, I knew it. I knew not to trust. There's always a gator. There's always a fucking gator. Whoa, I'm awake now, guys. Good morning, everybody. Holy shit. The reason why I have to be careful as Kentrosaurus in this game is because Kentrosaurus is apparently small enough to still be grabbed by even giant gators. So the fact that gator tried, I was like, ugh. So guess what? We don't drink. We don't drink there. We drink when I find someplace safer. Just avoid. It's active here. Uh-huh. Exactly. But really, the thing to remember still is that we have very, very fragmentary information to work on. So the only thing that we can do is... It is still informed speculation. This is always the thing to remember. This is always the thing to encourage people to remember. Is that it's not based on nothing, and it's not just speculation. It is informed speculation. It is informed thought, like understanding of an ecology and a paleoecology. That is something that always is important to remember when discussing paleontology, when discussing paleoecology, when discussing ancient ecologies and biota, is that we still are making those assessments based on observations and based on informed speculation. You know, we aren't always just shooting in the dark, and it isn't always just random bullshit. Okay, now this is probably a relatively safe place. There's some rocks in the way. I don't think a croc would have an easy time getting to me. I just have to worry about my butt, but that's okay. I'm Kentrosaurus. My butt is a good place. But yeah, I was trying to look up something, and I might need to do a little bit more research, but it seems that finding any information on early Triassic biota is like pulling teeth. The only thing I found is, we got Dilophosaurus. We got Dilophosaurus. And it wasn't all just Dilophosaurus, obviously. Like, if it was just Dilophosaurus, then we probably wouldn't have as much later Jurassic biota to go off of, you know? But for now, we're like, well, we got Dilophosaurus. Like this. Mm-hmm. And I mean, that's another thing, is like, I feel like the reason why I have such a strong response to that is because as somebody who has a deep-seated interest in this topic, who genuinely does, who is like wanting to now put their best foot forward and be like, I want to at least be some kind of bridge to open up the line of communication between the actual informative discussion and like start doing genuine research and reading into paleontology, because paleontology is a fascinating topic. And I also think that people sometimes forget something a little bit more important about any kind of information or discussion regarding paleoecology, is that to a certain extent, all science is way more philosophical than people give it credit. But science has its own share of existential dread, and people just like to think that, on both sides, by the way, this is a problem from both sides. People like to think like, I like science and science has all the answers, and oh, you just like science because you think you have all the answers. And in my opinion and experience in the field, as limited as it has been, that's just not true. And that's fine. Also, people need to be able to be open to the idea that no, science is just trying to answer questions, as many as they can. Ironically, science can't answer all questions, but it's trying to. That's the important part to remember, is that it's still trying to, and it's trying to do so in a very clinical and open fashion that actually is trying to find answers to things that nobody really understands. Are you mean? Sometimes the PvE in this game could be a thing. Hello. 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 He's a friend. He's a friend. They're friends. Hey! I have Morty in a herd. It's just that easy. Maybe I'm just good at making friends. I literally just... This is a compliment I have to give to this game, and I do think that it is totally fine if you play with chat or whatever. That's totally fine. I think the appeal for me is actually playing this without any, like, chat open, because it is better to me to have to try to read people based on kind of abstract vocal calls and through, abstract vocal calls and through body language. Like, having to judge somebody's intent based on that is much more interesting. That said, this is something that I've always just kind of been, like, I don't know what it is. I think I just give vibe energy, which I've always appreciated. But anytime I played a multiplayer game, just people are like, hey, you seem chill. And I'm like, yeah, I am. I had such a problem. I had to delete people off of my Xbox Live friends list all the time because I had too many. I was constantly maxing it out. Oi. But, like, I've always had, like, an interest in social games. I always have. That's why I'm like, I kind of like, I kind of like that this is, like, the perfect social game for me in a lot of ways, because it allows me to be a dinosaur, it allows me to be around other people who want to be dinosaurs, and I've played a lot of social games, actually. I've played things like, I've played a lot of things like Trouble in Terrorist Town and things like, what's another one? DayZ. Like, I feel like a lot of those social and Space Station 13. Like, I feel like I enjoyed a lot of those other social games. I never actually played Club Penguin, but one of my issues with them is just. Actually, I didn't have a problem with Trouble in Terrorist Town and its clones. I remember playing an Alien Vibe one that I enjoyed quite a bit, where you played as a bunch of aliens, or you played on a spaceship, and You had, like, somebody who was a Thing-esque imposter, and they would have to go around trying to kill people, and every time they killed people, they made zombies and stuff, which was fun. I remember trying to get into Space Station 13, and it's just too edgy for me, and a little bit too obtuse, and people are a little bit too much assholes. They're a little bit too encouraged to grief, and I just don't like griefing that much. Like, griefing can be funny, but you have to be really good at it. And I actually had a pretty bad experience once where somebody was griefing me, and it was funny in concept to a third person. It just wasn't funny to me. It just wasn't funny to me. I am playing Adult Club Penguin as a dinosaur. You're right. I wouldn't even call this Adult Club Penguin. I'm pretty sure kids play this game, and that's totally fair and fine. Except they probably play it and then join a server like this and try to be a T-Rex and kill everything, and they get banned because they don't understand that actually this game works on a social level and not just on a dinosaur level. Listen, I literally had somebody, I joined a random pack of Utah Raptors. One of my first experiences in this game is I joined a pack of Utah Raptors, and then we were just wandering around, and one of them gets some mud and starts breeding me, and I just think it's cute. I just think that shit's hilarious. It's like, it's just adorable. It's not like even try hard to get a bad way, it's just try hard to get a fun way. I've always been a proponent, and also hi Kirby as well. I've always been a proponent for like unique, diverse social elements in a video game. Like the fact and the idea that the primary mode of communication in this game isn't chat, actually. It's all of these really diverse callouts that you could make, and they're all pretty well designed and pretty well coded and pretty well they mean stuff, but they mean them in abstract ways. You have callouts for long calls, short calls, aggressive calls, submissive calls. Like, you have that, and you have that kind of utility, and arguably speaking, you can communicate purely through that. That's cool, and I think that kind of, like, abstract communication is something that I've always wanted to see explored, especially in multiplayer games, because I think that the best thing about multiplayer games is that they are lightly social on some level no matter what. Sure, they could be competitive. There's always going to be a competitive element to video games and to other kinds of video games, but the social element is always something that I've gotten out of multiplayer games, whether they were competitive or not. This is why I talk about kind of missing ye olden days of Team Fortress 2 random lobbies. Not to say that they haven't gone away, I just don't play it anymore. There was something kind of neat and special. This is dangerous. There could be a croc in there. This is a bad place to drink water. I'm not even that well concealed. I'll get closer to the rock just in case. Maybe it'll be safer. I don't think that makes it safer for me. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's why, and there's a certain amount of, like, the enjoyment of the anonymity and the enjoyment of being in a lobby with a bunch of random people to try to figure out, like, a problem or try to figure out a situation. That's why I did actually genuinely enjoy Trouble in Terrorist Town when I played it. I love werewolf-style games because they allow a little bit of... They give you a mechanical problem to solve through communication and subterfuge that requires a social gambit to a certain extent that you can engage with and also have fun doing. Like, there's a certain element of that kind of sociality that you can enjoy just having an element of, like, not being able to trust anyone as a game mechanic, and it is your performance, it is actually your performance that can enhance that. Now, that's not to say that I'm a perfect performer, but for me at least, the thrill of the performance is what I have fun with. Like, I think that is what's fun and engaging and entertaining about a lot of these multiplayer social games, is that it is your performance that can be a part of the video game. Performance is a mechanic in social multiplayer games. It is. Now, you do always will get people who take it too far or don't really know how to perform. That's fine, that's not their fault, but at the same time, I would actually say that's fine, because in reality, you can't get better at stuff like that. You can't get better at stuff like that if you don't put yourself in those positions. I probably wouldn't be where I am now if I hadn't tried playing games like Trouble in Terrorist Town, if I hadn't played whatever that... I can't remember what it was called, but I did think it was a lot better than Trouble in Terrorist Town, because it had more gameplay mechanics. And it also was just the thing. It was just the thing, the video game, and it was in Gary's mod as well. It was just sci-fi themed Trouble in Terrorist Town. I wish I could remember what it was called, because it's actually really, like, mechanically complex. It had a lot more depth to it than just being, you know, you're fucking... you're trying to just be a dick to people. You're just trying to cause so doubt and subterfuge, because the thing that was cool about that game is you had to... You could physically, like, transform into... that you could physically transform into a thing-like creature and then kill people, which was fun. I liked that element, and there was like a little bit more to it that gave it more of a horror theme than just being Trouble in Terrorist Town. I've always been drawn to these kind of like slower social games, and the thing that I like about this game is it mixes in that social element with a little bit more of a long-term goal. You get a little bit more long-term input, right? Like, you have a little bit more natural engagement and natural interaction with the environment of the game, but other players do too. And servers like this do a really good job of making it a point that you can't just mega herd. You actually, they put pretty strict limitations on how big a group can get, because they want to make sure to make it clear that whilst this is still a slower, socialer game, that you can't just completely eliminate all danger and all survival elements, and that anything truly can happen, because they give the space to allow people to engage with it as what animals would engage with in the environment. Otherwise, as people have sometimes said, like, you'll just have people roaming as the biggest carnivores in packs of, like, 5 or 6 and just steamrolling everything in their way. And it's like, well, that's not realistic. Though, ironically, I still think you run into a problem of, if you have that many... There is a bit of an irony that I could see that being self-balancing, that if you make their food requirement high enough, that even if they do the real ecological problem of essentially eating everything, they eventually will have to eat each other because there just isn't enough food. And in a certain way, that unintentionally informs the community to a very real ecological problem, in which when any species tries to be dominant like that, it ends up causing more problems for themselves. It's a very real ecological phenomenon. I don't trust it. There was a gator. There was a gator, I saw him. He tried to eat me. He was here. tried to eat me. Nobody likes the Dinosuchuses. Nobody likes the Dinosuchuses. All my homies hate the Dinosuchuses. They want to talk about the most antisocial dinosaur to play in this game. Apparently it's the Dinosuchuses. What's ironic to that is, like, as far as I know, I think Sacrosuchuses get less hate than the Dinosuchuses do. Something about Dinosuchus players. They just are unhinged. They're kind of evil. I think part of it is because that their playstyle is... It's not wrong. I'm not saying their playstyle is wrong. They are meant to be a jump scare. They are meant to be a jump scare. They're meant to make water be a threat. Like, I'm not here to complain about the existence of Dinosuchus. I actually think they're good game design. In a certain sense, they have a niche, and they fill that niche, and they give a problem for medium to small sized dinosaurs to have to deal with. It means that even if you go up to water, you actually need to be careful. Open water is not safe. You cannot just freely go up to water. And in real life, that is a real thing. You can't just go freely up to water. You will probably get snacked. And I do think that's good game design. There's just something weirdly... Dinosuchus players are weirdly aggro about it. You get the sense that whilst they're playing their class correctly, they do it in a somewhat dickish manner, but maybe that's just me. That's probably just me. Like I said, I get that vibe. Maybe it's just because I've been grabbed by too many. I've been grabbed by too many Dinosuchuses. But they're real scamps. They're real bastards. You gotta watch out for them. I think it's because they also know that they have a clear advantage in their situation. They're the most swingy, right? Like, they're either out of their element. And then you can fight them. Oh, hey, look at the baby Utah. Tiny little Utah raptor. Or you get snacked, and then you get dragged to the bottom of the lake and die with no fight. It's like, yeah, that's not fun for me. But to be fair, that is the point, right? Like, it's there to be like, the engagement here is not that you're gonna get a fair fight. The engagement here is that you deprive them of the opportunity to snack you. So it's a mind game. Dinosuchus versus everyone else is a mind game. Ironically, I've never really seen a case of a Dinosuchus do anything but try to snack smaller dinosaurs. Sky Goblin. Sky Goblin. Sky Goblin. Everybody loves the little gremlins. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where's he going? No! No, God, don't take him! Ah, jeez. This is why the dinosaurs aren't mentioned in the Bible. That was kind of funny. That was kind of silly. Ugh. Well, while we have a little bit of downtime, let's talk about something. Right now, ecologically speaking, I actually don't know what this guy is. But I am the outlier in this group, I believe. Everything here, all of these guys would be... yeah, I don't know about this guy, actually. All I know is that he's an iguanid. It might be an iguanodon? It might either be iguanodon or it might be... I don't think... He's too small. He's not the big fuck. He's not the big fuck hadrosaur. And this is specifically an iguanodon because he got the thumb spike. I think this is iguanodon. So, actually, I think we're all a little ecologically desperate. I believe this guy is going to be mid-Cretaceous, early to mid-Cretaceous. You would be late Cretaceous. And then Spinosaurus would be on the other side of the world. I think these both would be North America. You were looking at Africa here. So ecologically speaking, Spinosaurus would be all the way in Egypt, I believe. Well, that's what they don't tell you, Kirby. They did, and the only ones that didn't get, the only ones that got left behind did get raptured. That's why we have their bones still. They were the evil dinosaurs. They were the ones that sinned. Oh god, I got. Okay, hold on. Fuck, I didn't open my stream notes. Anyways, God, he's going. God will not let him go. Let him live, God. Let him live, God. Stop it. You can't take him. It's not his time. The meteor isn't here yet. Oops. Peep keeps getting raptured and it scares me. Anyways, to go back to what we were talking about, I don't know what this guy is. I don't know what Toki is. I don't think he's Camptus. Well, he might be a Camptosaurus. He might be Camptosaurus, which is still, it would still be ecologically disparate. I believe Camptosaurus was North American. I know, of course, a lot of North American. What's funny is I know a lot of North American dinosaurs, and I know a lot of African dinosaurs, and then I know a lot of South American dinosaurs, specifically from the Cretaceous, and then I know a lot of European dinosaurs from the early Cretaceous. Like, I have very spotty ecological knowledge. But I think that's Camptosaurus. I think that's a Camptosaurus, which would have been chronologically aligned, but ecologically disparate, because Kentrosaurus originates from Kenya, hence the name. From actually a place, and I have this pulled up, and I have to remember the best way to talk about paleoecology is actually to go straight to the formations. So, Kentrosaurus originated from their remains originated from the Tendagu Formation. And kind of reading up on it, we had a lot of stuff come out of that. Apparently, we had things like Giraffatitan. I was kind of looking up a little bit on it. They pulled some dinosaur genera out of there, but that's the thing, is like, dinosaurs weren't the only things that lived any given time. In fact, I think people often forget that still the mammaliforms and synapsids did exist. They were there. They just weren't the big guys. They weren't the macrofauna. Dinosaurs were the macrofauna. They were the microfauna. They were the rats. They were the common rat, as they were, has existed a lot longer and was the main creature for a while for mammals. There weren't very many large mammals, so most of them were just kind of rat-sized creatures, shrew-sized creatures. But it's important to remember that they pulled a lot of things out of there. Dinosaurs, crocodilomorphs, amphibians, fish, invertebrates, flora. The formation is obviously kind of... This is the thing, is why it's hard to study paleoecology, is that a lot of our paleoecologies are going to be based on and around places that are going to be ecologically dense, so things like river formations, riverheads, stuff like that, fluvially active locations. You're going to have a lot of life around there because everything needs to drink water, and then everything needs to eat. So obviously you're going to have a lot of collision of biota near water sources. Makes sense. But what's kind of fascinating about this is that this particular one, let's see, I saw a little bit of information on it. Also to note is this is late Jurassic. It feels like we have a lot more late Jurassic information than mid to early Jurassic. I need to look into whatever formation Dilophosaurus was found in, but it seems that we just have a lot more preserved biota for those places, for those time periods. You have things like the Morrison Formation, which is going to be mid-late Jurassic, things like the Allosaurus, Brachiosaurus, all stuff like that. Morrison is probably one of the largest. The thing, though, is this particular formation is probably very, honestly, like, well known because of things like Kentrosaurus, like, ow, why'd he do that? Why'd he do that? Why'd he kick that boy? Oh, it was an accident. I won't say anything. I'll just respawn, it's fine. Eat gaff. I'll probably respawn as something else. This is just the warm-up anyways. But one of the interesting things about this formation is that it was formed a lot through a floodplain. And you'll see that a lot. You'll see that a lot in a lot of geological formations, is that they were depositional environments. I found the word! I found the word! This is the thing, everybody. I don't actually know anything. I am just really bad at reading, but I can do it. I did learn how to read, I promise. This is how you find information, is by reading. But there are a lot of depositional environments, and this is one such depositional environment. So oftentimes what you have, the reason why there's such fossil-rich environments with a lot of aquatic biota and different kinds of biota, is that oftentimes you'd have a lot of things congregate at these centralized water locations, and then a flash flood would happen, bury a bunch of biota together, and then it would calm down. That is how it went for a long time. So that's what a lot of and this environment was one such thing. They have a lot of flood deposits that built up over time, and they pulled out things like Kentrosaurus. They pulled out something else called Giraffatitan, which apparently was like maybe a brachiosaur of some kind. Seemed to be very similar. It was a very, very large sauropod. Maybe bigger than Brachiosaurus, but I don't know if it's the biggest. What else do we got? Why don't you guys watch this fight while I read? Oh no. Watch the Spinosaurus bully this. I actually don't know what that guy is. He's some kind of medium carnivore. Jeez. I need to be better at bookmarking parts of an article. And by article, I mean Wikipedia page. I did just look up the Wikipedia page. I'm trying to find a little bit more article stuff to talk about and read through. Wikipedia is a good resource. I think it's a good resource to give you information, thus to branch off to find more information on your own, to try to, like, confirm or deny information. I think my relationship with Wikipedia at this point is I use it to be able to get information, and then if something is wrong, and somebody's like, hey, that's wrong, I would be like, okay, I need to read into that more, or to look into it more to find papers and other ancillary information. I think when Wikipedia has become a good source, it is a good crowd source for information. Obviously, I wonder how that is now. I think Wikipedia is a resource for generalized information, and that is perfectly fine if you want generalized information. As soon as you need to get more specific information, you need to probably go someplace else. But it is fine to use it as a branching point to get generalized information for, like, names and resources and stuff like that. So... Spinosaurus is hungry. Spinosaurus is hungry. Hey, stop using us for... I think that's an Allosaurus? That might be an Allosaurus. God, Spinosaurus is actually really big. You don't really think about how big Spinosaurus actually is until you see him compared to something like an Allosaurus, which is not small. It got the tiny little legs, though. Look at his short little stubby legs. Anyways, let's see. The sediment for this formation, the sedimentary rock and fossil record. Fossils record a repeated shift from shallow marine to tidal flat over the course of several, million years. That's the thing. Everybody got to remember. That's the thing. Things like the Tengula. Should learn how to say something. The Tendaguru. If I'm gonna do this, I need to do it right. I need to be more responsible. I can't just say whatever I want. I gotta say the right things, which is hard. The Tendaguru formation. These kind of things don't form over one incident. They form over multiple incidents. Usually things though like the Dinosaur National Park is like a really, 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 really big event, but things like that are still like, well, maybe I've caught myself in a bit of a befuddle, because things like this, if there's like several layers, if you see several layers, you're seeing snapshots of individual depositional events. You are seeing that. So things like Dinosaur National Park is a snapshot, but the larger formation is still a series of snapshots. It's a series of depositional events in which you see layers of layers of layers of these massive flood events that are happening over the course of several million years. And to read the kind of like rock record going down, it's important to also remember that when I say things like seeing Dilophosaurus at the early Jurassic doesn't mean you saw Dilophosaurus through the entirety of the Jurassic, is because that Dilophosaurus is actually now a time-telling device. Fossils are a way to tell what kind of point you are in at any given point in time in history. Now, not a very good one. Dilophosaurus isn't a very good time-telling device, but they still are. The better ones are going to be things like you want to be actually basing that kind of information off of really dense fossil material. So usually you're going to be looking at ocean deposits. You're going to be looking at a lot of ocean deposits because a lot of the biota is going to be numerous and it's going to be homogenized. And then when you see a change in that biota, you know you've had a change in time, over time. And if you can find that biota in multiple spots, then you can judge to a degree. You can judge to a degree. You can't judge it down to like the day. Oh, hello, sir. You can judge it to a degree. The age at which a location is at, especially if you find the same biota in two different locations. That's the biggest thing, is you need to be able to find that biota in two different locations. You could say that those locations were actually at the things that you're finding there and the environment that you're finding there was actually at roughly the same time. Obviously, it'll still be a scale, but it will still be a more accurate scale. It'll be within a period of time. Because things that lived at the same time. And biota is changing constantly, even within their era. You do not see you see very little biota stay the same through the course of an entire stretch of time. That's why even when we have fossil records of things that exist today, those animals that exist today are still not the same animals that existed then. They're just the far distant descendants that haven't really changed much over a period of time. But they aren't the same animal. They are still different. They are still fundamentally different animals. The only thing that is notable is that they just haven't had to change. That's the big thing to remember, is that when you don't see much change in a fossil lineage over a period of time, that doesn't mean that they haven't undergone any change. It just means they haven't had to change very much. They just haven't. Their ecological change has not been very significant. That said, a horseshoe crab from the Jurassic is just very similar to a horseshoe crab today. But they are not more than likely the same animal, or if they are, they just haven't needed to change. They haven't needed to. There hasn't been a necessity to. And the biggest changes in biota happen when a species dies out. You know, Dilophosaurus didn't make it to the end of the Jurassic, so it might not have ever even seen things like Allosaurus and stuff. And because of that, other dinosaurs were able to take their place. Their descendants were able to take their place. Things that descended from Dilophosaurus could subsume Dilophosaurus, because Dilophosaurus was no longer there to be able to fill that ecological niche. Anyways, I was talking about Kentrosaurus. Kentrosaurus, Dilophosaurus would have never met. That's all you need to know is none of these dinosaurs here would have. The only maybe it still depends on the crossover of time and location. Maybe these two, Iguanodon and the trike. Though this isn't true Triceratops. This is something called Eotriceratops. It might have been an early Triceratops, so maybe they would have had some interaction. I've never heard of Eotriceratops. Eotriceratops was still a late Cretaceous ceratopsid. Iguanodon is a mid to early Cretaceous Iguanodon. So, more than likely, no. That's the thing. A lot of the ranges of even the biota we find in the fossil record are just snapshots of their time. You could only really argue the other animals that an animal would have seen at their time period would have been literally anything else buried with them. Now, unfortunately, the server that I play on does have a password now. I will show the server name if you wish to join. The password is in their Discord, and I will be respectful of that, because the last thing I need is to be kicked out of a server that I actually think is pretty dope. This server has been very good. I have enjoyed playing it. It has all my mods. It's just been a good time. They've been good. I do recommend you joining. Just make sure to read the rules. The only hint I'll give is the password is in the rules, and you have to read the rules, and I get it. It just sucks, because I'm bad at that personally. So it took me a while to find the password, because I'm really bad at that kind of thing. And it is a form of defense. Most people who are not going to have the time to read who are not going to have the patience to read the rules for a server, are not going to read the rules for the server anyways. So I get it. It just sucks. I'm just not very good at it. But I do recommend it. If you have the game, you want to hang out in this fun game, I'll actually switch over to another herbivore, since we had a reset. This is the thing, is you'll never see me play the same dinosaur for more than like an hour or so, depending. I do think I have a lot more fun with carnivores, but that's because you're a lot more likely to get PvP, I think, depending on the conditions. It's also why I kind of like doing solo herbivore. You're more likely to get PvP, right conditions, and then vice versa. Like, if you're playing a carnivore, you're more likely to initiate PvP, because you need to eat. Always gotta eat. Apparently Eoceratops originates from something called the Horseshoe Canyon Formation. Where's it located from, though? I'm guessing North America. Canada. Yeah. In an area of North America during the late Cretaceous. Eoceratops. Here we go. I'm actually going to start a new herbivore. We're going to start a new herbivore because another one of my favorite dinosaurs is in this game, and I've been curious about it. I'm like on the fence. Which big hands do I want to play? Which big hands do I want to play? I want my big hands. And I mean, I love Dinochirus. Dinochirus was when I learned about Dinochirus when I was a kid, I was like, that's the coolest shit I've ever heard of. Holy shit. And the more I learned about Dinochirus, I was like, wow, that's the coolest shit I've ever heard of. Holy shit. But we also have another theropod that I'm a super big fan of, Therizinosaurus. I love Therizinosaurus. He's so dope. So weird. What a weird animal. They're both very, very strange theropod dinosaurs. Therizinosaurus, I think, has gotten a little bit more of an overhaul over time. Therizinosaurus was very strange in that the more they looked into it, the more they were like, we can't actually tell what family this animal is in. I think they've settled on that they are a theropod manuraptoran, so they're actually in the same group. They're in the same... Manuraptora would be a... Damn. King Philip. Shit. I can't remember the fucking thing. King Philip gave order for green soup. Is that it? Kingdom, phylum, group, order. I think there's an order of Manuraptora? That's what I'm gonna guess, and then I'm gonna look it up to make sure I got it right. That's the thing, people. If I'm gonna make a guess like that, now I need to go look for the information, see if I'm correct. Does not help me. Eating. We have Therizinosauridae. See, this is the thing. Sometimes, which is a family. So, Therizinosaurus is such a weird dinosaur. Therizinosaurus is such a weird dinosaur. I was about to say, did that actually change something? Reflect, damage, stocky, slim. No pills. That's so weird. Let's go for the maximum floof. Let's go for the maximum floof. I do kind of like... I like what BOB is going for. I like that Beast of Bermuda's, like, engine for like, dinosaur coloration is really neat and all, but I do think that most people kind of are lame with it. They just make the most obnoxiously colored dinosaur, which is entertaining to see, but I actually really liked making a mix of, like, very fantastical but also very design realistic dinosaurs. I really liked doing that a lot, based on, like, animal stuff and, like, based on, like, real animals or a mix of real animals. I really like doing that, and it gives you the tools to do that. People just don't use it that way, which is fair. I don't think they need to. Oh, I'm gonna start off tiny. Ooh, I'm gonna start off tiny. I wonder how much change in size you're gonna see then. Oh my god, no way. Is Dinosaurus gonna really start me this small? Well, I'm a baby. You guys are gonna get to see full growth. That's, if there's one thing, this will probably take a second, so we'll probably do this for a little bit. I'm not all purple. I didn't realize I picked up purple. I didn't mean to be purple. Maybe it's the lighting? Why am I so purple? I feel like I'm really purple. Oh wow, what the hell do I eat? Do I eat flowers? Does I eat plants? Oh, I'm just not hungry. What do I got? I can do that. I can scrape. And I have nothing. Well, you know what that means. Best way to get growth is to wander around. Therizinosaurus is truly an enigma in the fossil record, though, because it feels like the more we... It's a lot like Spinosaurus, and the more that we learn about it, the more we go, what the fuck was this creature? Why was it this way? Therizinosaurus was actually originally discovered... They found the hands, of course, because they're fuck big, so they're probably one of the easiest things to preserve on creature. Makes sense. Look at how big those arms are. Everything else is small. Fun fact, it is hard to preserve the small parts and the delicate parts of an animal. It's easier to preserve the big and thick and hard parts of an animal. So they found the arms, and they were like, this is a turtle. I think they specifically found the claws, actually. I don't even think they found the full arms. They found the claws. They found the claws of Therizinosaurus, and were like, this is a big turtle. Hence the name, Therizinosaurus. And then over time, they're like, well, this isn't a turtle, this is a dinosaur of some kind. And they looked more into it, and they were like, is this thing like a... It feels like it's some kind of or it feels like it's some kind of, like, sauropod. Or maybe, you know, like a prosauropod. Though, I think what we've come to, or at least what I would understand is it is not a prosauropod, obviously. Prosauropods had gone extinct well before... There's not evidence that prosauropods lived past the Jurassic. They disappeared by the end of the Triassic or early Jurassic. There might be some early Jurassic prosauropods, but they just don't. You don't see them after that. They disappeared almost entirely. You don't see them in the fossil record, which is a sign that you have an extinction point for a species or for a class of animal. They don't exist anymore. Oh, it's class calls for green soup. Ugh. The hell did I say before? They're a class or clade of animal that just ceased to exist. Probably were overtaken by true sauropods once sauropods started taking off, and they just were outcompeted, or they just stopped existing, so the sauropods could take their niche. But then suddenly in the Cretaceous, you see these creatures that seem very prosauropod shaped, but the more you look into their features and their lineage and the things that they might have derived from, they're definitely not prosauropods. And I think that this is probably just an example of convergent evolution, in which you see an animal take on a shape that existed before, because whatever they are doing really benefits from the same shapes that earlier creatures used. Fun fact, physiology is not as indicative as you would think, because oftentimes an animal takes a shape because it works really well for the lifestyle that they are taking, not because it is indicatively derived from a previous ancestor. Oftentimes the shape of an animal is simply because it's a good shape to have for whatever they're doing. They just so happen to have the same body plan. So this is why it's sometimes hard and difficult to do a lot of research on animals, because it turns out that an animal will take a shape less on its derivative traits and more on its ecological setting. As you like look at it's a combination of it. It's not either A or B, and it seems that examples like Therizinosaurus might be in the B category, at least from my very limited, you know, understanding. I will admit that it's very limited. Oh, Therizinosaurus is a very good solo dino. Okay, that's good to know. Now, I won't be a baby, by the way. I won't be a baby. I will actually go closer to where most groups are, because I believe in the multiplayer setting of this game. So I will wander around a little bit, but I will try to head towards... I will always try to head towards populated areas, even when I'm just a baby. Even when I'm just a baby. This is actually more advice for the game. If you want to grow relatively safely, wait until you're like close to sub-adult before you go to the player areas. But I will be like, no, I'll take the challenge. Oh my god, I'm such a dumpy slow turkey. And you! How dare you? We already have the best viewers. Get out of here, you. I am curious, though, because I believe Therizinosaurus is actually a North American taxa? No, it is Asian. Yes, it is Asian. I think there were North American Therizinosaurs, just as I recently learned that there are North American oviraptors. And I mean, it makes sense, because actually there was the whole, like, Russia-America land bridge that likes to exist from time to time to cause biota to be able to interact with each other. I just never thought about it, that even oviraptors were found in North America. One was pulled out of Devil's Creek just, like, a few years ago, actually. It has a really cool name. I can't remember what it's called, though, off the top of my head. I drew it earlier this year, actually. But Therizinosaurus was Asian. It was found... Where are you from? Gobi? Okay, found by Mongolian field expeditions in the Gobi Desert. My favorite! Dude, is my favorite. That's the story of the Velociraptor and the Oviraptor and stuff. I didn't know that Therizinosaurus actually also originated from the Gobi Desert as well. Big Therizinosaur, large representative, its unique group. You know what I find fascinating is oftentimes the largest of their group also herald the name of the group. I think that's just dumb luck, but between Mosasaurus, Therizinosaurus, Stegosaurus, Triceratops, like, Tyrannosaurus, all of the, like, subsidiary groups, when you are like, oh, you're a Tyrannosaurid, you're a Therizinosaurid, it's not because they're the biggest, it's because they were actually described relatively first. This is weird that the first ones we found were also some of the biggest. It kind of makes some sense. You're more likely to find it. The biggest ones are probably more likely to preserve as well. It makes sense. Here, we'll actually go to the crater. We'll actually head to the crater. Gonna? No, you're not. What are you doing? What are you doing, turtle? You can't even hit me. Trying to be aggressive. I don't even know what it was doing. I do have to be a little bit careful here. This is actually a pretty popular spot. Concealment. Any concealment? The reason why this is a pretty popular spot is it's fairly close to the biggest player location. But if that location ever, like, gets low on water, which I think is also a good... The fact that water gets, like, kind of bad, I think that's actually really good game design for this game. is it forces players to move around even if there's like normally very active player areas. You're actually forced to actually move your location to have to look for pressure sources of water. I think that's really, really good. It forces people to actually have to utilize more of the map than just congregate in one area. And is, again, like, that's a real resource phenomenon, right? Like, when a resource starts going down or starts becoming poor, things are required to move to a different location until that resource can replenish. Let's see. Therizinosaurus. Let's see if there's any new discourse on Therizinosaurus. Where are you at right now? Where were you located? I want to find what the Nemect formation. Where are you located? In southwestern Mongolia. What other things were pulled from there? Because what I'm interested in is discussing paleoecology more than anything else. So I need to go to the roots. You gotta find the dinosaur, and you gotta find where they found the dinosaur, so I know what other dinosaurs would have been interacting with it, to kind of like get an idea, an impression of the kind of like ecological interactions and stuff you would have been seeing. And once again, this is an alluvial plain. Makes sense. Alluvial plains are river formations. They're floodplains. I can't tell if that's bongos in the music or if I'm hearing stompies. I thought I heard stompies. Maybe we're fine. Oh, hey, here we go. See, this is good. We have like a stratification of the kind of biota that we find in this ecology just on this Wikipedia page. See, this is the kind of shit that helps me, and I want to find sources out of this that I might look into later. Because you have things that they've also pulled out of there. You've got an amphibian that they were able to recover, crocodilomorph, some kind of... It's literally called a para-alligator. It's an alligator. Some kind of crocodile... Some kind of alligator-like crocodilomorph. Which means it's probably the similar biota, but, you know, crocodile. Let's see, you've got all sorts of fish, you've got some flora, you got some bugs. Lots of bugs. You got 2 mammals. You got 1 indeterminate mammal. You don't know what the fuck it is, but they do have a partial skull of 2 mammals. They got a pterosaur, an unnamed, undescribed pterosaur. Interesting. You do have some turtles. Let's see. You've got surprisingly a number of ankylosaurs. Interesting. You got a number of ankylosaurs, one of which is one I've never heard of that... Ooh. Something called Turkaya, and it looks like it was an ankylosaur. It had a knobby end and a bony stump tail. The thing about ankylosaurs is you had kind of 2 types. You had ankylosaurs and I believe nodosaurs, which I might have to look up to confirm that I got that right, which were essentially club-tailed ankylosaurs and non-club-tailed ankylosaurs. And this looked like to be one of the club-tailed ankylosaurs, but it also had maybe a lot of, like, rotational spines? That could be speculative. It looks like based on the drawing that is here of, like, the known skeleton parts. I don't see why they would have spikes like that, but it would be cool if it did. Sometimes... Oh! I didn't see that boat. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't see that boat. I will shake the... I am so late. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was too busy talking about dinosaurs. I will shake the magic 8-ball. We shall shake the magic 8-ball. Hold on. Oh, let me hide that. We don't need to see that. Is MC a nice dinosaur? Yay! I am. Look, I am. It's proof. Now that's science, baby. Now that's science, baby. I'm so sorry I missed that. My bad. He doesn't read chat. I do read chat. I just sometimes miss it. Sometimes I do read chat. I just sometimes miss it. Where am I at size? I'm almost adolescent. Actually growing pretty fast, honestly. I wonder if they changed... if they tweaked to, like, growth rate, I'd be okay with that. I have mixed feelings on the fact that you don't go lower than sub-adult most of the time when you are an adult if you die or get killed. However, I do have to think about the actual positive of that, and there is a positive. Whilst the negative is you have less young animals, so thus there's the niche diversity, the ecological diversity is kind of stagnated to only adults. This isn't a regal ecology, I have to remember, for one. So it's like, sure, it means that you don't have as much small prey for small dinosaurs, but that just puts a different stressor, right? Honestly, if you're going to play like a group of Deinonychus, you're just going to be going for the PvE food when you need to eat, and then if you get a pack, then you can start working up to larger prey. That's totally fair. That totally makes sense too. Like, that's how it would work. And it's not like there's not zero ecological diversity in the game that you can't work your way up to. So now you have predominantly adults fighting each other. Okay. From a gameplay standpoint, that actually ends up being a good thing, because it means that you're more likely to get into regular PvP, you're able to get into actual regular challenges of PvP, and you're not having these like periods where the PvP is constantly like stratifying itself, and you actually get an opportunity to practice higher end PvP in which you can actually fight back instead of always having to be in a period where you're not fighting back really at all, because you don't fight back. I would not fight back if I had to be stuck constantly at this size. This size is the running size. You're in the ecological niche of, I am too small to fight, I need to hide as much as possible. The goal right here is to grow. Your survival for growing is not fighting back. You're not going to be doing much fighting back. You don't have much in the way of defensive options in the game side. You're very small. You probably have less health. You're at a disadvantage. You're at a genuine disadvantage, and it makes sense why you're at a disadvantage. You're smaller. You're smaller prey. So honestly, it does work out in the wash. It does, whilst there is less smaller prey for people, especially if you're trying to get into being a carnivore. You don't really have as many smaller options. Flip side, you don't have to worry about taking as many risks, and the risks that you can take are not as punishing, because you can take a risk, and if you get food, and if you die, well, you're just set back like 30 minutes. You're set back 30 minutes to get back to full size. And even then, this game is pretty good. Sub-adults can compete. Sub-adults can compete with adults, actually. Being full-grown, I don't see the advantage of being adult, actually. It just, you stopped growing, you're full size. That's it. There might be some, like, slight mechanical advantages. Probably you get a little bit more health. You probably have a little bit more health. Maybe there's a stamina difference. I don't know. But sub-adults and adults can compete. They still can compete. They've done a really good job of making that robust enough, at least from my very limited understanding of how the game handles a lot of the PvP interaction that's in the game. Also, I am already getting so big. I was the size of that bush earlier. This is one of the things that is kind of discussed and is kind of speculated on a lot about dinosaurs, and their advantage is that they were very quick growers. They could start very small and then go through a range of ecological niches through their lifetime very, very quickly. And that's what gave them a lot of success, actually, because they could do multiple jobs through a single lifetime, which is not really a thing that synapsids do, as far as I know. They don't really do that. Synapsids are pretty cut into their niche from birth. We give birth to fairly proportionally large young to body size to adults. Synapsids do not grow that much in their lifetime. That's not to say that they don't grow at all. Obviously, a baby elephant is smaller than an adult elephant, and they do grow quite a bit. But dinosaurs seem to grow exponentially larger to their body size from an adolescent to an adult, way more than anything else would. Things like examples like this, the Therizinosaurus would be, that I started off was like maybe 2 feet tall, and I'm already like 7 or 8 feet tall, and I'm not full grown. Like, I'm already more than 3 times my size than I was when I was the smallest baby hatchling. Which is a fascinating thing about dinosaurs, is they grew to very extreme sizes very quickly. They grew very, very quickly. Sauropods, for example, would start off fairly small, terrier-sized, the size of a medium-sized dog, which is not a small animal, but that's not big, and then grow to be some of the largest land animals that ever lived. Irregardless of size to each other, they were still bigger than almost anything else. If you were a sauropod, you were big. It didn't fucking matter. It didn't matter how big. You were big. You were bigger than anything else. The fact that something the size of Henry, the dog that I live with, could grow to the size of several buses is absurd. Synapsids can't do that. We have actually some body plan restrictions that whilst we can get very big, we're very dense. It seems that a macro synapsid is very dense. We don't get very big, actually, but we don't get very volume big, but we get very heavy. We can hold a lot of weight. That is something that is an advantage of being in a synapsid, is that oftentimes we hold a lot of weight. Dinosaurs, however, were able to like break that scale in a lot of ways, for very similar reasons that we are able to. That when I say we, I mean mammals and synapsid animals. They have a lot of similar adaptations. Upright motion seems to be correlative to breaking the barrier of weight. Because we can hold up our bodies without breaking our limbs, we're able to get to larger sizes naturally. And there seems to be some kind of metabolical magic that goes into dinosaurs that allows them to grow fucking enormous for some reason. That still, as far as I know, is got a lot of varied speculation on why that is. Actually, how close am I? As soon as I hit this next growth spurt, I'm going to look at what my options are and start looking at what play options I have. And honestly, this went pretty quick. I honestly am surprised. They might have bumped up the growth rate, and that's totally fine with me. I think not wasting your players' time, but still giving them that period to be vulnerable like that is good game design. I think that if I was to try to make one of these games in which growth mattered like that, I would say make small size gameplay engaging, but not waste the player's time. Like, you're not stuck in it for a very, very long time. Like, I don't think it would be that bad to have to restart from the beginning if it didn't take that long to grow your character. Like, if it was just like you just have to get through that phase, like it's a level of a game, then I think that's totally fair. Honestly, probably that. I also have... So I have a basic front claw attack. That is good. These kinds of attacks are usually really good. That'll probably replace it. There's also a charge attack. Ooh. Ooh. I might look into that. We'll see. I think the back dodge, and then you have a bite. You usually got a basic bite. That just gives me another option. That's not really important right now. Oh, interesting. And also you can eat bug. I could also eat bug. That's fun. Something is nearby. Something is nearby. I don't know what's making that sound, actually. We're gonna start with... The thing is I don't know if the tail attack does knockback. If the tail attack does knockback, that's worth it, but I don't know if it does. I think the back dodge is probably going to be the better one to go for. Hello, Silos. Silos! The 8-Ball said I was a nice dinosaur. I am a nice dinosaur. I'm making my mega turkey. I am a nice dinosaur, yeah. But I'm not an eaty dinosaur. This dinosaur eat bug. Actually, not too bad of a size. What size am I? Yeah, I'm still adolescent. I might go this way first. What we might do is we might swing around. So we're going to go up here, and then we're going to go swing around, and we're going to come back around. By the time I go back around there, I should be at least subtilt. This is my advice. If you don't want to engage with the quest system, which you don't have to, just wander around. Just wander around. You will get very, very good growth very quickly, especially if you're playing on the server that I'm on. I feel like they buffed it. I feel like it's very reliable. Today I'm playing more herbivores to show some of my favorite herbivores. And now we're playing as Mr. Therizinosaurus from the Negamet formation. Apparently they were around a couple of different kinds. They've apparently pulled a lot out of this formation. There's ankylosaurs, there's hadrosaurs. You're looking at Barbasoldia, which is apparently a very, very large hadrosaur. Saurolophus? Wait, really? But here's the thing. Not to be confused with Parasaurolophus. This is something I learned later. You have Parasaurolophus, Saurolophus, and Prosaurolophus. And Saurolophus is like if you took a Parasaurolophus, another hadrosaur. Parasaurolophus has the long trumpet head. They got the long, long trumpet head. They're the honker that everybody knows about, that everybody learned about, because Parasaurolophus... Oh, that's very close. I can go straight there. Parasaurolophus... They actually reconstructed the Parasaurolophus head, and then were able to blow air through it to get an idea of what kind of sound it would have made since it's a big nasal chamber. And they got a honky noise. They got a honky noise out of it. Honestly, it's a really cool trumpety noise. And that's something that's like kind of... that's something that's very indicative of hadrosaurs. A lot of hadrosaurs had some kind of vocalization. It just seems to be something that they found, is they've had a very diverse radiation of vocalization. That is something that is common with a lot of hadrosaurs. And Saurolophus is just another hadrosaur. I don't think they necessarily would have had any direct relation to Parasaurolophus. If anything, the para in Parasaurolophus kind of implies that it is Saurolophus adjacent. Is Parasaurolophus. But Saurolophus, I guess was found... I thought that was North American taxa, but I guess it was also found in the Gobi Desert. Asia and North America. So it had a fairly large taxonomic range. So if you find Saurolophus in North America and Saurolophus in Asia, then you know that you are looking at rocks from the same time period. You are looking at the same geological time period, actually. This is why paleontology is cool to me. Stuff like this. You learn about stuff like that. I am kind of in a dangerous spot. That's my jump. Like the Aztec death whistle. I've seen that. I love that thing. It's very funny. Isn't it just like a scream? It's a funny scream. So yeah, apparently Saurolophus has been found in areas of North America and in Asia. And that could also mean that it was found at the same time that you could have seen a radiation of therizinosaurs into North America, which I do believe there are North American therizinosaurs that do exist. I don't think they are Therizinosaurus, but they are North American speciations of Therizinosaurus in North America. Because of the same reason. There was a geological land bridge that did exist between the northern tip of Russia and Alaska that conjoined the two at some point that allowed for radiations of animals out to those regions. How big am I? I have a bar there. That's how big I am. Kind of need that water. We're gonna head towards that water. What else do we have? The Nemegit. Oh, you've got one of my favorite pachycephalosaurs, Homocephalae, which is a weird... The pachycephalosaurs are interesting. I find them to be an interesting group of animals because they also kind of have two variants. They have two kind of like major clades. You have the traditional dome-headed pachycephalosaurs, more associated with North American, and then you have Asian pachycephalosaurs that were the flat-headed pachycephalosaurs that seem to also have maybe a closer relation to... Well, no. I'm going to say this based on physiological evidence, but take physiological evidence with a grain of salt sometimes, that Homocephalae look like a closer to ceratopsids. They do. They kind of do. Especially early ceratopsids. Proceratopsids, you know, weren't shaped like the giant later ceratopsids. They had smaller bodies. Their head proportion was a little bit bigger. They had the flat crests. And you can kind of see in flat-headed pachycephalosaurs that they too have... I could see that head extension, that flattening head extension, extending into a crest-like structure. I could see that, but I have no evidence of that. That's just me kind of spitballing on speculative speciation. I have no evidence for that. That's just me spitballing. That's just me looking at two dinosaurs and going, that looks like they could. Remember that when I say stuff like that, I'll try to specify that I could see it, but that's just me seeing things. I don't have genetic information. I don't have phylogenetic research. I'm just saying they look like they could. I gotta find me a bush. I gotta find me a berry bush, or else I'm gonna starve to death. I gotta find me a bush. What's funny is that is a bush, but I don't think it's a bush I can eat at unless I decide to get the thing for it, which I might. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do that real fast. I kind of prefer that one anyways. A little bit easier to find food. Adaptation. Eat berries and fruit. Oh, that is good. Oh, that's really good. Holy shit, that's just straight up an upgrade. And then I can eat bug. And now I can eat that. And now I can eat this. Can I? Can you? Game? What? What? Did I not? Huh? Oh, eat berries and fruit. Oh, I still need to eat berries and fruit. Oh, shit. I need to read. No, I can't eat that. I still need to eat berries and fruit. It's just an upgrade. Oh, thank God. Thankfully, I was near berries and fruit. It's just a food upgrade. Just means I don't have to eat as often. I have to eat more, but I have to eat more if I'm hungry. But if I don't have to eat, I don't have to eat as often. We've got sauropods. I feel like Asian sauropods I don't know much about. I don't really know much about. I don't know how their radiation is. Cretaceous sauropods always seem weird to me because I feel like after a point I realized that the sauropods of the Jurassic and the sauropods of the Cretaceous kind of like radiated in a way that they were overtaken by a different class, an association. Like titanosaurs are the sauropods of the Cretaceous, and that a lot of the Jurassic sauropods maybe disappeared, but I don't actually know that. That's speculation on my part. We've got Avallosaurus! We got Allosaurs. Allosaurs are a kind of theropod group. They actually are available in this game, or at least I've seen Avallosaurs that you can play as, and they are kind of like a bird-like lineage that seem to have reduced hands for some reason that terminate in these, like, spikes. They terminate these single large claws. They seem to be maybe associated with some shape or form. Oh, I ate this whole fucking bush. Oh, this bush is gone. It's done. Oh my God, I ate that whole bush. They seem to be some kind of insectivore and seem to have radiated out a lot from Asia. A lot of avian dinosaurs seem to originate in maybe Asia. I know that Archaeopteryx originated from... The Archaeopteryx fossil was found in Germany. I know that much, so... It seems that birds had a radiation out from somewhere in Asia, from my understanding, or at least there seemed to be a dense population of them. I don't know where they originated from, but the density of them started to appear in the Cretaceous, especially into Asia, radiating out from there. There just seemed to be a high diversity of bird and bird-like dinosaurs originating in Asia. We find so many of them compared to anywhere else. That doesn't mean that there weren't any anywhere else. Birds were starting to radiate out across the world by the Cretaceous, but we find a high density of diversity there. So that's where you see a lot of oviraptorids and a lot of bird-like oviraptorids. You find a lot of bird-like fossils. You find feathered dinosaurs, a lot originating from Asia. So that's... And you find Therizinosaurus, which at this point is seemingly a part of that clade. Like, everything I've seen is that Therizinosaurus is now understood to be Manuraptoran and in bird-like dinosaur range. Kind of see it. He kind of looks like just a big turkey. Something stompy that way. Lumbers. Well, I'm getting big. Well, I'm starting to get big, though. This is something good that the game does, and to try to encourage different kind of niche play, is that Therizinosaurus actually benefits more from being solitary. So, probably won't group up with anything, because I literally get a buff for being solitary. And that does allow me to, like, live in a sort of, like, ecological niche and try to live to an ecology. Oh, just a herd. What else do we got? We've got Dromaeosauridae. Dromaeosaurs. We really only have 2 Dromaeosaurs, so This might have been after Velociraptor, actually, since this is more later. This is a later Cretaceous formation than Nemmet. I actually don't know what formation that I should know. I'm going to put this a different way. I should know what formation Velociraptor is found in, because Velociraptor was one of the first dinosaurs that I really looked into, and has one of my favorite fossils of all time, the Battle of the Dinosaur... Battle of the Dinosaurs? Remember the name of that pathonomic formation? I should. The one of the Protoceratops and the Velociraptor, that fossil. That fossil, one of my favorite fossils of all time. It's really cool. I don't know what formation that was pulled out of, though. I can't think of it off the top. I know I've talked about the guy. That guy's like one of my paleontology inspirations, because he literally worked as a janitor. He literally worked as a janitor in a museum, and then went on a random trip to Mongolia, and then, like, found the fossil remains of Oviraptor, Velociraptor, Protoceratops. Like, he's the one who found those guys. And he literally started off as just some... Oh, wow. Okay, jumping is bad. Don't jump. Don't jump. Jumping is bad. He did a lot of the... He was a party to a lot of the discovery there, and he's, like, correlated to it, but I'm sure a lot of people went on those digs. Like, he's just one of the guys who was most noteworthy for going, and I don't remember why. But I do remember that he, like, worked at a natural history museum as just a janitor. He just was a janitor, and then was asked to go, and it's just like, you know, sometimes that's what it takes to get into your field. You gotta just be at the right place at the right time. You gotta put yourself in them spaces. Everybody remember, for me, he is the example of, if you want to be interested in a field, you just gotta put yourself in that space long enough and not go away. Because I believe also part of it was, like, he was bugging people. He was like, I want to be in this, but I guess I'm scrubbing floors for the time being. But he still put himself in that space, and he still engaged himself with it a lot. Well, I'll be damned. The Nemmet formation also was party to Dinochirus. So there is a very real possibility that Therizinosaurus and Dinochirus were directly in or maybe they weren't actually in competition, but were very... They probably did cross paths. Dinochirus seems to have a deeper association with an aquatic lifestyle. I don't know if the evidence behind that, I don't know where they get that from. But Therizinosaurus seems to maybe have been of a browser. They might have been a sort of, like, open terrestrial browser with a very similar body plan, a very similar lifestyle, just in a different spot. That's what's important about ecological niches, is that sometimes the best way to avoid competition is to do the same thing in a place that nobody else can. Sometimes that's the importance of an ecological niche. So you can do something that somebody else can do, but you do it in a place that they can't. Sometimes that's all the difference. Because Dinochirus is an ornithomimid, and Therizinosaurus is a therizosaurid. They actually were lightly related. They both are theropods. They both are theropod dinosaurs. And they both are bird-like dinosaurs. They're in that same kind of umbrella of bird-like dinosaurs. Still very different creatures. Body plans, I could see... They are kind of an example of convergent evolution. Whatever ecological pressures were happening caused those groups to develop into fairly large-bodied animals that were bipedal with fairly large claws. The benefit of those claws is still kind of like, who knows? Still kind of up to speculation. But there is something to be said that, for whatever reason, that body plan did benefit them. Just very... And it appeared twice in very different locations. ecological diversity is crazy like that. Wild. Alright, I'm gonna start heading towards the Grand Plain. Going to kind of cut through this way, I think. I just wanted to be able to touch that to start getting the growth. Might hit Titan's Pass. We might hit Titan's Pass. So yeah, I did not know that Deinocheirus was pulled from the same formation as Therizinosaurus. Apparently the Nemeth formation is an incredibly biologically diverse formation. A lot of good remains of a lot of different biota, especially dinosaur biota, if you have an interest like me in dinosaur study. The thing is the Nemeth still describes a paleoecology over a large period of time. And that's the thing, is now you can start digging into, okay, what animals did actually interact, whatever. Because you actually have a resource of paleontological material to be able to do that research off of. And those are literal gold mines. They are bone mines of information for that. Like, you can gather and obtain and understand a lot better about that ecology because there's just that wealth of biological resource there due to the conditions that the Nemeth was in at its formation. That's why it's a formation. And it even shows maybe it shows a geological time period. I bet that, and this is one thing about formations to remember, is that formations, you can read the bones, for lack of a better term, you can read the bones. What's happening? Now I need to know. I'm curious. What the hell is happening? Brontosaurus. Some Brontosaurus. Uh-huh. Listen, we already talked about how the only dinosaurs that got actually preserved are all the evil, sinful dinosaurs because we watched a Triceratops rapture earlier twice. In fact, he was too big. That's the reason why the dinosaurs actually went extinct, is they got too big, and when the rapture happened for them, a lot of them were just too big, so God couldn't pull them into heaven in time. They weren't even all evil. They were just too big. And that's why gluttony is a sin. I'm allowed to make jokes like that. I grew up disciples of Christ. We're the soft Christians. We're the Christians who just like all the things that Jesus said. Anyways, I'm not practicing, don't worry. I'm still a dinosaur man first. I'm a dinosaur man first. Always have been, always will be. Anyways, back to what I was talking about. What was I talking about? Formations might even show the extinctions of animals over the course of time, and you can see biota change over the course of time because of that. A big thing to remember, and the importance of being able to utilize being able to read ecological change over a period of time, is that you can utilize ecological change as a way to understand what period of time you are in, to gain more information about ecology, to gain more localized information about what the conditions of time were like. Like, there is actually an advantage in understanding and accepting that extinction events are actually constantly happening slowly over a period of time. When you have mass extinction events, that is where you get into a problem where you have like 50% plus biota extinctions all happening at once. Because in reality, ecology is constantly changing over millions of years. Constantly. Like, the lived ranges of a lot of animals are probably a lot briefer than people expect, especially the larger an animal gets. It seems. The larger that an animal gets, the less... You'll see a lot more... You'll see a lot shorter time periods, which kind of makes sense. It's harder to keep a larger animal alive for a larger period of time, and it's a lot easier for tinier animals to persist, because they're actually a lot harder to kill. So you see ecological change happen through the geological timescale constantly anyways, and it can be utilized as a buffer. It can be utilized as a way to interpret the change of that biota over time. Oh boy. This is particularly big. Crossing. Gotta go for it. Oh, Therizinosaurus seems to have a fairly... it's not any faster than anything else, actually. I was like, it was a pretty quick... That's a pretty quick swimming speed. Not really. Oh, I'm already almost full size. Already almost full size. Like I said, I'll probably hit this next growth spurt, and then... Yeah, we'll just head on this bearing. We have so many Oviraptors came out of the so many Oviraptora out of the Nemet, apparently. Apparently Therizinosaurus is maybe one of the major described Therizinosaurs to come out of the Nemet. I would have expected more speciation, but it seems like the only one that they've at least discovered. There is one undescribed one. They found one other Therizinosaur. I'm a little surprised. Maybe they were just big. I don't know. Then again, we always have to remember what we're finding is the very, like, 1% of biota that ever existed at any given point. Oftentimes, what we're finding is just a snapshot, just the tiniest little bit of remains of an entire ecosystem. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry. I need a little bit of meat stick. And this is what I want to be able to do. I want to be able to be like, okay, let's talk about and read about a specific formation. Because that's the thing is I have to remember that I actually have the resource of what kind of information is actually available out there in dinosaurs. Like, dino facts are much less about the dinosaurs themselves and more about the bigger picture of the space they inhabited and the other dinosaurs that were around them. Because, like, for Therizinosaurus, all I can really say is Therizinosaurus was a medium to large-sized herbivorous theropod that existed in the in the Gobi Desert. Time period that it persisted in. It had real big hands. And nobody fucking knows what its deal was. Those are the things I can say about Therizinosaurus. But it's still cool. Therizinosaurus is a cool animal. It's a cool creature. But I think it's more interesting to also be like, what else did Therizinosaurus live around? Maybe I do Dinokairos, since they were apparently within the same environment. That I just didn't know. I straight up didn't know that. It is a likelihood that they might have brushed elbows. Brushed claws, even. Interesting that there's a little bit more known troodontid diversity in the Nemet than there is dromaeosaur. I think dromaeosaurs I have a bias towards, so I don't know how diverse dromaeosaurs were. I have an idea of how diverse they were. You have Utah Raptor, Velociraptor, Deinonychus, Dakota Raptor, Dromaeosaur, Dromaeosaurus. Those are the major dromaeosaurs that I know. Those are I know the big five. I know the big five. I'm sure there are more. I'm sure there's a ton more. There's more, just based on this game, there are more dromaeosaurs that I just straight up don't even know about. Like, they were a diverse group of animals, and they apparently had a range spanning from mid-East Asia to North America, so they had a very, very diverse, they were a very successful group of animals. But I always am surprised at how diverse troodontids were. I find troodontids kind of fascinating because they're like the baby dromaeosaurs. They're a weird deviation from them. They still have like a sickle foot, but it's always kind of described as being a little bit, it's not as exaggerated, but there is speculation that it was still held kind of similarly to other dromaeosaurs. It just wasn't as big. Don't talk to me about the speculative dromaeosaur human, though, or troodon human, though. That thing is a monstrosity, and I'm glad that that was kind of like, they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. It's a nightmare. It looks terrible. It looks like a gray. They're awful looking. Don't look up the troodon human. They're a nightmare. This is a friendly reminder. Sometimes yes, there is a lot of speculation. And some of it, even other scientists are like, why'd you think that? What were you thinking? Why was that what you thought? Also got a group of Tyrannosaurs coming out of the Nemet. A lot of Tyrannosaurs. Tyrannosaurs I find interesting. They seem to have a lot of radiation. Again, I think that I find Tyrannosaurs fascinating because that whole area of the overlap of Asiatic and North American dinosaurs is just very wide. It's very widespread, but it's still like localized. You still have you have like a period where apparently there was a radiation of a lot of dinosaurs between North America and then Asia, and then that, I believe, what is likely is to happen is the land bridge that linked the two did eventually disappear, and the disappearance of that land bridge ended up causing a lot of speciation, because a lot of those basal groups of animals that radiated out ended up radiated out from that exchange. North American dinosaurs linking up with Asian dinosaurs across that allowed them to speciate out a lot. So you have a lot more diversity because they just no longer are, they're separated from each other. And they become fundamentally different animals after that point, once that land bridge is disconnected, which is a thing that happens a lot through time. You'd be surprised. And that's why you get geological information. You do get a lot of geological information from those situations. Boy, I think I walked in a circle trying to figure out how to get out of here. I can go down here. This seems dangerous. No, I think I can do this. Hold on. I gotta go that way. Here's something walking. It sounds like it's bipedal. Ooh. We're running. We're good. I actually need to lie down because I just hit a growth spurt, so which means I have more abilities to build with. I'm just gonna hide in the food bush. No, that seems too obvious. Starting to get a little bit too big. Now I'm getting a little bit too big. It's gonna be harder to hide. And there's like no cover here. Cool. and there's something nearby, and it's stomping around on 2 feet. Alright, what do we got? Oh, hey, I have everything available. Okay. You have the guard, you have the bite, legs. Actually, that is quite good. Yeah, we'll go with that first. We'll go with... I either need a second attack. That defense is really good. Because if I did that... does this cause bleed? It just causes medium damage. And this is a quick attack that increases the power with each hit. I think we go with this. Oh, nope, I don't have enough. What am I at? Oh boy, I need to get a lot more points, actually. Yeah, we'll save up for that. And I don't really need a bite at the moment. But yeah, being able to reduce the knockback is quite good. The bite might also be faster is the thing? The bite might also be faster. And then this... Oh yeah, that's actually pretty good. The big thing I need to... with there is... Oh yeah, he has a pretty good turning speed. I just have to hold my ground that way. A lot. Now here is the thing. I have to cross somewhere, and I might be too big for this crosswalk. I may be too big for this crosswalk. We will see. Damn, so close. I mean, if I really needed the points, which I might do on my own time, I'll go to, like, an area and just get a couple more points to be able to round out this build. Because that 90% defense does seem quite good. That does seem quite good. Going across. My concern is, and this is, again, this is actually good game design, is that this area is not very easy for non-jumpy dinosaurs to traverse, and I think that is intentional. I think it is intentional that it is not easy for large dinosaurs to cross here. It means that they have to take a different kind of risk, and I think that is genuinely good game design. Yeah, can't cross there. Uh-oh. Doesn't mean I get awkward situations like this where I get stuck. I'm too big. I'm too big. Yeah, I have to go around. The safest way that I know to go around is going to be down here. Which I think is neat. Like, there's a lot of very good, very intentional design to the level design here to be like certain kind of pathways are locked off depending on what kind of dinosaur you're playing based on your size. And you actually have to take a risk if you're a larger dinosaur to cross open water because you just literally don't have a way to safely cross open water like other dinosaurs. Which allows you to actually engage with the water mechanic of things that live in the water that might try to eat you. Like, that's fun. That's cool. It's scary. This game is the chillest horror game you'll ever play. I also find Tyrannosaur radiation to be very interesting because you seem to see a lot of the same kind of evolutionary pressure to grow the same kind of way in Tyrannosaurs. I just find that to be interesting. They just were like, head big, Must make head bigger. Always must make head bigger, no matter what. Almost unilaterally amongst the group. Boy, I hate this. Boy, I hate this! I feel like there's something in the water. There's gotta be something in the water. Yup! Uh-oh, uh-oh. Go, go. Cross faster, cross faster. Ugh, fuck, that's bad. Well, I made it to 1, but here's the problem. The second one to go to. This is why this game is fun and good. There is no such thing as safety regardless of size, and that's good game design in a survival game. You should never feel like, oh, I am safe. I am always safe. I never have to risk anything because of size or strength or whatever. Like, you always have to risk something. Increase bleed and venom resistance. Increase speed by 10%. Turn radius reduced. No, I don't want that. Because to get that, it'd probably be the resistances. That seems just, like, better to me. I don't need to be faster. It's not like I have to run anything down. If I'm in a fight, the fight should be coming to me. And if I could scare something off, I'd rather... That's a win to me. I don't need to kill something to win. I want to kill something, but I don't have to kill something to win. Oh, boy. Hate this. I can't see left. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Tiny croc. You won't bother me, it's just a tiny croc. He wouldn't bother me, he's just a tiny croc. I'm too big for him. Oh, hey, look. This will give me a nice chunk. Nice. Actually, that might be enough. Hell yeah, it is. I'm gonna get that defensive skill. And then... I could probably round out with the bite if I ever get it. But the bite is just another option. I don't need it. This, however, seems very good. I'm actually gonna do that one there. And now, I can go this way. That's my favorite place to cross, but it always is like, I'm a proponent for, like, I find the safest places to cross that I could still have a chance to, like, find people. Because there's a certain amount of, like, yeah, I'm still gonna risk it, because that at least gives somebody else a chance to interact with me. Don't play this game to avoid people. I think that is the wrong way to play this game. You want to be playing this game with the intent to try to go seek out where other people are, regardless if you're a carnivore, whether you're a herbivore. There's a bunch of sacros. With a dino? That's probably fine. That's probably fine. Then there's also a certain amount of enjoyment to be like, I'm a herbivore. I have a slightly easier time finding food, and my main concern is other people who want to eat me. That's why I'm like, really, my goal with any given dinosaur is for herbivore play. I want to try to go out of my way to get to a size that I feel comfortable, and then put myself in a region or an area where it's like, yeah, I'm going to be surrounded by people who might want to try to eat me. So that way I can engage with gameplay, engage with players and stuff like that. Holy shit, I'm big. I remembered being smaller than those bushes. Therizinosaurus is a big boy. Therizinosaurus is kind of a big lad. It's kind of incredible that this thing is bipedal when you think about it. I'm a chunky boy. I'm a hefty lad. And this is where I feel like I have a little bit of an advantage of this game, is if there's nothing going on, the worst thing that can happen for me is that I start talking about dinosaurs. I just start rambling about dinosaurs. Honestly, if you join this stream and don't want to hear about dinosaurs, I don't know what you want. That said, I will try in the future. I got my example for the moment. Oh. I don't know if I canceled it, though. Might have canceled it on accident. Go find a tree to hide in real quick. That's good. This is a good hiding spot. Mainly, oh. Let me position myself a little bit better. Necessarily block it, really? Okay, I was about to say. I'm too big! Big. Just trying to get rid of the... Just trying to get rid of the debuffs for a second. No point in going in at a disadvantage. Man, lowering that max health is a rough debuff. Have it for 4 minutes is also quite rough. It's also quite rough. Been pretty chill, though. It's been pretty chill. We've seen a couple of things. I'm hopefully going to start getting to a little bit more PvP here in a second. I'm going to be moseying my way over to the Grand Plane. Really, not too many abilities on this guy. I could get a bite. That's the thing, is like the bite, I'm like, I don't really need that. There's 2 charge-up attacks. I want the Claw Barrage at some point. What am I doing on? It's not great. I could get the bite. It would just round me out. Yeah, it's good. Better to have it. Better to have it. Might as well. And then I can peck at things. And then I can peck at things. Yeah, sleeping doesn't even really help that mechanic. Sleeping doesn't really even help that mechanic. Why am I all blue? Is that the thing that reduces my max health, is the blue? I guess I'm blue now, guys. Oh yeah, I'll be max health here in a second. Oh shit. I'm not even close to full. I'm not even close to full to beans. Yeah, there's people here. I know where everyone sits. I know where everyone sits. Hold on. I will say, though, some of the PvE, if you're not careful, it can fuck you up. There's really only one PvE that I'm ever worried about. There are these, like, especially large PvE mobs that can spawn, and they just will fuck you up, man. You have to be careful with them. Just fairly fast. It's just an option. It's just an option. Yeah, I'm almost full health. I'm almost full health. Now we can just hang out and watch people. Man, I did, so I post like I did a couple clips last week. I did a couple clips last week and hold on. Immediately. Maybe. Okay, we're good. Crap! Oh boy. Oh, bad. That's bad. Oh, I'm gonna die here. Yeah. Yeah, that's death for me. Might as well. Damn. Damn! That's how it goes sometimes. That's how it goes sometimes. Let's see. I always like to do I always like to do a different one. I always like to mix it up. We did Kentro earlier. We did Kentro earlier. We did Kentrosaurus earlier, and I didn't really get to wander too much. That one was rough. It's like, I don't know what else I could have done there. They just kind of like... Oh, hey. Oh, hi. Boy, that scared me. Boy, that startled me. I might actually branch off. I don't know. I kind of want to bait. I kind of want to bait being in danger. I want to get better at the PvP. I can't do that if I just hide. Maybe I don't. That's a really big dinosaur over there. There is a big lad. I wonder... Nah, he's just chilling. Nah, he's just chilling. What's funny is this side is being kind of chill right now. This side's being kind of chill right now. Welcome back, Silos. I died. I got to the Grand Plains and I died. Yeah. There's a pink hippo. You stop that. You stop that. You stop that. Go away. Oh boy, never mind. We might be getting some action here. Boy, never mind. It's active here. I was like, maybe this is a safer area today. No. Not at all. Bye, bird. Goodbye, bird. Oh boy. This is slightly dangerous because he is very close to dead. They were trying to fight things. He's got a very big head. He's got a very big head. Maybe I should have just been this boy. See, this is why I'm like, you guys saw it. I think in the future, what I'll try to have is a couple dinosaurs, at least. I'll always have like something sub-adult. So that way you don't have to watch me just wander around and do a build, and it'll just be ready. You guys can just watch me play the game. Damn it. It is the one thing that I'm like, at least is like viewership-wise, I'm like, probably the latter. Probably should just have some dinosaurs ready next time. I'm a busy boy, okay? I'm a busy person. Got so much shit. That's a lot. There's a lot of guys here. There's a lot of guys here. This might turn. This might turn. Huh, okay. He gave him a tooth. That's nice of him. Oh, no, no. Oh my god. No, not this. Hey, AMD. Fuck off. Something happened. I don't know what happened. Something happened. I have no idea. Boy, there's a lot of things with teeth near me. Is it a persistent style world or is it round based? It is persistent. It is just persistent. It's just persistent. You just spawn in, you walk around. Try not to die. Probably die. Oh boy. Oh, fuck, I killed him on accident. Oh no. Come on, game. Oh no. No, 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 no. I was trying to aim. I might switch that. I like the idea of this attack, but it's a little bit too slow. That went poorly. That went poorly. I might actually... happens, but... Oops. Boy, there is a lot around here, though. At least there's a lot of activity around here. Watch. Oh, that's not good for him. And then all the herbivores watch. This is how it goes sometimes. We're just like, oh, shit's happening. This is why packs are important. I mean, like, that was a rough situation I was in, and already it's like, oops. I made a misjudgment because it was 2 allosaurs, and I was like, I need to try to make some space, and I didn't really have a way to make space. This is why, honestly, like, the tail attack is good. And I just needed to use more. That was the first time I was that guy. I haven't had as much practice. Oh, this suit goes in a bad spot. This is the thing about larger dinosaurs, actually, is that to a certain extent, you gotta be willing to be more defensive. You have to be willing to like fight, because running is less of an option. The bigger you are, it's harder to run. So that's why I'm like, I don't feel bad if I die, because it's like I don't really have a running option. You can't run anymore. You're not nimble or quick enough to outrun anything. So you do have to do some fighting. Well, if you feel safe, but there's a gator. There's always a gator. There's always a gator. He's just crossing. Just crossing. He's just crossing. And it is something that I think is fascinating about this game, as far as like how it handles trying to utilize like a certain amount of gamification of the echelons of an environment. And the big thing to kind of like keep in mind is that a lot of animals kind of overlap. A lot of animals overlap in their niches and how they live. So oftentimes when it comes to like size difference and stuff like that, it's much more classified than you would expect. It's stratified. And a lot of animals actually like overlap in their sizes and their I'm not in love with this. I'm not in love with that. Well, there's some plant left. They regrew some of it. At least I have flowers. At least I have flowers. I do think that charge attack does do a lot of damage if I get hit with it. I think... no, I need a poke. I need more of a poke for my playstyle. It's a neat attack, but I need more poke. Oh, I see. God damn it, I forget that that's how that works. Yeah, I need more poke. Pun unintended? Pun unintended? G lines for attack and defense. They should post the most successful combos, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is I think there's an implication of that kind of thing where it's about winners and losers when actually not really. It's just to eat or not eat, and that's a lot less about winning and losing. There's still a lot of luck in survival, and that's just kind of a fact. And some luck can even be like whether or not you just rolled the dice on having good traits, and that's not your fault. Oh, sure, I'm sure there is. I'm sure I could find the metas. That's not how I do things. Yeah, I should use that more. I'd rather have a poke. I think a poke or a jab is probably better than that charge attack. Not that that charge attack is bad. But then again, I usually play more defensively anyways. Usually. It's almost 1 o'clock. We got any plans? There we go. I would say today has been otherwise just more of a chill time. I'm always down to just talk and yap about dinosaurs. It ain't gotta be a bone-blisteringly wild time sometimes. Sometimes it's like, there's not much I could have done there. It's just like, well, it's 2 Allosauruses, and they were really close, and I couldn't really disengage. I don't want to be the leader. I don't want to be the leader. Inky Egg. Inky Egg, you're the leader. Oh, they left. Oh, that's why. Go ahead and leave. That's fine. Now I'm in danger. There seem to be a lot of packs outs, though. That's the rough part is as soon as it's 2v1, it's going to be rough for me. Smaller animals, I might have a chance. Bigger animals, Big guys, I might be a little fucked. But hey, right now I'm surfing. I'm surfing. I'm edging the carnivores. What can I say? I mean, I do play this game to try to engage with some of the PvP, so there's no reason to be like, I'll just avoid people. This is not a great position for me. That's not a great position for me. Sleepy Rex. Oh, hey! But that concatenator died. Apparently he was being kind of a prick. Caution. Caution! You're in danger. Caution, you're in danger. Why are they pink? You do still see some wild stuff, even with the more limited customization stuff. The pink dinosaur, I'm just... that's not a dinosaur. That's not a dinosaur. That's a... God, an animal-like reptile. Forget... They're a pretty big group of just dumpy, weird, reptile-like mammals that exist. Oh. Ooh, are they really? Oh, are they really? Fight! 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 This is a very... It's a very blah fight. They sure are going at it. They sure are going at it. I mean, that's... Rhino looks like he's getting his ass kicked. Yeah. Oh, will he make it? That sucks. What the hell is that in the water? What the hell is that in the water? Oh, it's Sacrosuchus. I like saw it and I was like, oh my god. Oh god, I need water. Well, I know there's a Sacro in the water. Gotta be careful of that. I know there's a Sacrosuchus in the water, so I gotta be careful of that. Gotta watch out for Big Croc. Big Croc is bad for me. Question is where did Big Croc go? Is this considered swimming water? I mainly came here because hopefully if there is a Sacro, I'll see them coming. This isn't an easy place for them to get in. I don't think it's impossible, but... The big thing you gotta worry about the Crocs is they just grab you. They just grab you. Then again, I mean, there's a Spino in the water. He's got food. He's got food. He's got food. Fine. I do think that Tyrannosaurus is going to try to... Oh, there's another one. I do think that Tyrannosaurus is probably going to try to go for me, and I don't think I could take a Tyrannosaurus. I am pretty small compared to him. The funny thing is, as far as I know, Kentrosauruses don't really have... They can't really do any knockback, which is a shame. Well, maybe the tail can. I actually don't know if the tail does any knockback. Because usually tails will do a little bit of knockback, which is nice. It's relatively safe. What is going on with your face there, buddy? Oh, you have something. You have a wing. He has a wing. Still surprisingly chill. I don't know what happened to that bird pack. Apparently the Chocobo pack left. They are just Chocobos. What are terror birds, but just really just actual chocobos that existed? No, but I posted a clip of this like a week ago. No, not even a week ago. Fairly recently, actually, because I've recently taken to posting just a clip a day, and then I've been getting multiple clips a stream. And this might be maybe one of the first ones where I'm like, no, this is just a chill time. This was just a chill time where you got to watch me listen to me talk about dinosaurs and hang out with other dinosaurs. Because so far the most exciting thing that happened is I got killed by 2 allosaurs, which is like, well, yeah, that's whatever. Happens. That wasn't much of a contest. I don't think there was much I could do there. But, I made a clip, and then somebody, like, was like, should have used different music, annoying, and I was like, no, at first. Like, I said no to it, and then I, like, looked at their profile, and I went, oh, never mind, and I just blocked them, because, God. They just had some things on their profile that made me go, that's 2025. I'm just impressed that you put that there. Needless to say, their opinion didn't really matter to me. And I think that the music is fine. I'm just saying, how could you diss a club banger from Yoshi's Island? Ever. Ever, ever. Yoshi's Island is some peak shit, man. Just hang out next to the Patasaur. Gonna hang out next to the Apatosaurus. We're just gonna vibe. We ain't gotta be on a team, I'm just gonna vibe with them. What the fuck made that noise? Is that one of the terror birds? I don't see it. I don't think those those Tyrannosaurs are packed. Don't you look at me. Don't you look at me. Don't you turn my way. Don't you look at me. I see you looking at me. There's one of the terror birds. Maybe it was the terror bird? Oh my god. That is not what I was expecting to see at all. That is very much a, like, are you serious? Are you sure? Are you certain? Are you certain that this is what you want? Is this the hill you want to die on? That Rex is staring that guy down so hard. Something seems a little tense here. Things seem to be a little tense here. For some reason, I don't feel like I'm the one in danger. I think the chicken here is in way more danger. Boy, that Rex. Maybe it's fine. Maybe they were just screwing around. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Is he gonna go for it? Is he? Okay, no, he turned around. Oh, I hear another bird. Oh boy, bird pack. Oh boy, chocobo pack. Are they really going for it? Oh no, that's a capro. Honestly, I should have saw those Allosaurus, and I should have, like, taken a wider berth. I walked straight at them. As soon as I saw them, I should have avoided them. That was my first mistake. I still have to use my brain. I have to consider the dangers of being around other large, hungry dinosaurs. It is a risk. It is something to be concerned with. I feel like something is about to happen. Like, there's a bunch of terror birds here. I saw a capro out of nowhere. I also think that I'm in danger. Because there's a lot of predators here. There's a lot of carnivores here. I kind of dislike using the word predator anymore. I'm just like, I should say what they are, because actually, predation in an ecological sense is completely natural. They can't help it. They just gotta eat meat. Now I don't know. I just feel icky about it. Because the world is icky about it. I feel icky about it. I'd rather... It's like the thing about, like... actually, I remember this, like, being kind of, like, told to me, and it's more of a diction thing. I'm not saying you can or anybody can, but for me, I just feel icky about it. Very early on in Boy Scouts, remember, you know, obviously Boy Scouts, the most responsible place, but I will give them credit for this. I had a distinction made clear to me, and I don't remember if it was me or if it was somebody else. No, why not? Oh, never mind. I don't know if it was me or somebody else that said this, but, like, we were at Rifles, the rifle badge, shoot the guns, because giving kids guns is a safe thing to do, giving them firearms. But I did hear a distinction made by an adult that I was like, you know, I kind of get the logic behind that, and I can respect that idea. They essentially made the distinction that somebody was like, so they asked a question about the firearm, but they used the word weapon. And they went, this is not a weapon, it is a firearm. And here's the thing. Which one is bleeding? Yeah. Damn it, he lost the bleed. Got him. Ooh, pressure that one. Ooh, pressure that one. That was pretty good. I warded them off. I did ward them off pretty well. Gotta be ready. Gotta be ready. Honestly, I should probably just leave. What I need to do is I need to leave. I need to back off. That's gonna be safer for me. That's gonna be safer for me. I need to leave. And the reason why is because all they're gonna do is wait. All they're gonna do is wait. So I need to back off, and I need to heal up a little bit. But hey, I fucked him up. I feel like I handled that very, very well. Fuck off, big old chickens. And this is why I actually do prefer, I do think it is good that they do not have... I do think it's actually a good thing that they do not have a scent system in this game. Like, I actually think that the lack of a scent system means that if you're going to dedicate to a fight, if you're going to dedicate to anything, you have to dedicate to it. And that allows disengagement to actually be an option. Because in a scent system, it is harder to disengage. It's just harder to. Disengagement should always be an option in a game like this, especially, where a fight can resolve itself by just being like, okay, never mind, we're not going to try to go for that guy. I do think I made the right choice, though, of having a quicker attack. I think that as nice as like the charge attack and stuff is, it should be a secondary move. But right now, the way that I have my build working, like, I need to be able to readily attack easily. That's something that I'm noticing more and more, is that if you have an attack that's like kind of slower, then you are kind of at a disadvantage, unless you're like in a group. Then you can kind of afford it, but most of the time, it's more dangerous. But hey, that went well, actually. I did really, really well. They did not really do that much damage to me. I was able to ward them off, and I think I almost got one of them. I don't think they were expecting me to fuck that guy up. Don't fuck with the spiny boy. I'm filled with... I am baiting a little bit for PvP. I am baiting a little bit for PvP. This is dangerous. Okay, not too bad. Always gotta be careful with stuff like that. Always gotta be careful with stuff like that. Nice try. I heard bird. You gonna go for it again? Gonna go for it again? Birds. I heard bird clacking. Now, I will give credit. One of the things that I have seen about the Isle that I do think is really, really cool is their nights are much better. Their nights are actually terrifying. That I will give the Isle. Their nights are actually really, really scary because their nights get like pitch black, and they do actually a really cool like bow night vision, like animal night vision, documentary style night vision. That's really cool. That's a really good effect. And, like, hunting at night could be, like, really harrowing and scary for both sides. Like, that's actually a really cool experience that exists in that game. Nights in this are not that bad. I think pump up the contrast for nights a little bit, and that would make it more that way. Because I'm more for the hunt-style nights. Like, hunt night is you have limited vision, but it's not impossible to see. It really isn't. I think people give hunt nights a lot more ire than they deserve. It is not impossible to see at night in hunt. I don't know what that noise was. Well, that was fun. That was a fun little burst of energy. I don't even remember what I was saying before that fight happened. And yes, I retreated so that way I would be at full health again. It wasn't like running away from the sense of like, oh, I gotta leave this area, I can't be here anymore. It's just more like, nah, I just gotta fall back a little bit and just let myself recuperate. Yeah. there a sacro nearby? Is there a sacrosuchus near? There's something in the water. Oh. Oh, it's Capro. That's Caprasuchus. I need to look up Caprasuchus. I find them to be a very, very strange Suchosaurian. They're a crocodilian. Suchosaurian or crocodilian. I might have to look that up. I don't know the right terminology. I might have to check that. Because they are a crocodilomorph. They just have really, really big teeth. All I know about them is they have really big teeth, and they might have been really more terrestrial. That's the crazy thing is gators used to be much more terrestrial. They weren't always aquatic. What? Why not? I'll record it just in case. And that's the funny thing is about recording is I'm not recording my viewpoint right here. I'm just recording the gameplay. So see how this bird pack does. And they catch this Allosaurus. See, from my perspective, the gameplay that I've kind of like learned is holding your ground is difficult. It's really hard to hold your ground. You actually want to be like running away every now and then and being a little bit evasive. For me, like being able to hold your ground like this or like being able to hold your position is actually really tough. It's really difficult to do. Oh, Capro's just watching too. Oh, there they go. And everybody watches. See, this is the weird thing about this game. This is why I like the social element that sometimes it's just fun to watch other people interact too. Hunts are surprisingly interesting to like engage with as an outsider and an insider view. I feel like. Whitebird don't even want to participate. Whitebird not even participating. Come on, guys. Put the show where we could watch. We need better seats. Come back. What the fuck? What is it doing? Pissing. What's funny is I do get the vibe that most packs, Kentrosaurus is really good about dealing with packs since a lot of it is it's really hard to get in on a Kentrosaurus and they cause a lot of bleed, and if you attack them they cause a lot of bleed. Like, you gotta be able to like kind of out tank them a little bit. That and like, boy, if I hit with the attack that like causes a bleed cascade, that looks like it hurts really bad. Oh, the fight stopped. Oh, they lost. I think they lost. Nope, they're still going at it. Bird Pack's still trying. I feel like mid to small dinosaurs have a pretty tough time sometimes. Oh, that's him. That's him thumping around. It's like, who the hell is stomping over here? The big old fucking hippo. We love the hippos. You know what the hippos do. They're just big, dumpy boys. Big old dumplings. Everybody likes the dumplings. I have won one fight. I want to fight against one dinosaur as a Kentro. It actually got really close, though. They almost had me. And this is also the thing, that it's like, we had that confrontation. I don't feel like, I'm not like, oh no, I can't be around these guys, they're dicks. I mean, clearly they're trying to get food. It's not, if anything, I'm like trying to be a little antagonistic, to be like, hunt me, you won't. Hunt me, you won't. You want food? Come fight me. Oh, there's that Capro. There's a hat. There's Suko Mimus. My favorite, my beloved. Ooh, this'll be interesting. I think the birds have this. See, the thing is Hatses can fly away, and they're pretty big, but honestly, they are more of like a medium-sized dinosaur. They're also pretty opportunistic. You gotta be on it with them. Oh! But apparently they're big enough to grab... Well, shit, okay, that's good to know. At least that guy... Well, if they can grab birds, they can definitely grab Deinonychus then, because I think birds are about the same size as Deinonychus. Just hanging. We're just vibing. I like this Ornithochirus. It's nice and big. That's a pretty big Ornithochirus, actually. I mean, whatever the Pongnit... I don't know. Pongnitera, I don't know. It had a weird name. It was an Ornithochirus, but it looks very much like an Ornithochirus to me. There's only one pterosaur with a big schnoz for me, and he's great. I love him. There's a baby Capra. Uh-oh. Where there's one, there's two. That's cute. That's cute. I will be defensive. That's adorable. I will protect myself. Goddamn fruit flies. Question is Suko gonna get bold? I think the Suko might try to hunt me at some point. I think if there's anyone that the Suko would go for, it's probably me. It's either me or one of the birds. I don't love this spot. I don't love this spot. I know for a fact I'm grabbable. This big old fucking Kentrosaurus. I do wonder what Kentrosaurus's closest relatives were, because I could only assume that that other stegosaur, Kentrosaur stegosaur, is probably a close relative. Miria, I believe is what it's called. Miria? Or Mirai? Or Mira? Go to Kentrosaurus phylogeny. Well, here's one thing to look into that I did not know, is that apparently there have not really been very many complete skeletons pulled out of the formation that Kentrosaurus originates from. Apparently it's all been a lot of displaced bone beds and material. That's what makes it interesting as a place. You get a lot of evidence of biota, but not good preservation, which is unfortunate. Sometimes that's how it goes. You just get a big old pile of bones, and then you gotta sift the bones. That's hard to do. It turns out it's pretty tough to be able to sift the bones. That said, apparently there's a lot of overlap, ecologically speaking, to the biota that existed in the Tendaguru that is very similar to the Morrison. Apparently, it shares a lot of ecological niches and a lot of animals that fill the same niches. Yeah, bro. Be nice. Zuko. Yeah, I say be nice, but I'm like, the whole point I'm here is to be like, fight me, you won't. Fight me, you won't. I mean, even with that Therizinosaurus, it was kind of like, I'll try. And then I died, because it was 2 Allosauruses. There's not much I could do there. If it was 1 Allosaurus, I probably would have had a better time, but it just was wrong place, wrong time. That's how it goes sometimes. Are they gonna try 40? I think I have thoroughly scared the birds off. They're like, nope, we can't do that. The birds are like, we don't gotta fuck with that. Hatsu gonna fucking... Is the Hatsu gonna... Nope. Quetzalcoatlus ain't gonna do shit. Quetzalcoatlus ain't gonna do shit. We might see, I might head over to the other side of the map, but I might not have time. It would take me probably 10 or 15 minutes to get over. Well, I don't think it'd take me that long. Let's head over to the other side of the map. Let's head over to the other side of the map. I think it's kind of died down. It's died down in action a little bit over here, so might as well head over to the other side of the map. There might have also been a Tanzanian Allosaurus that might have also been there, whether it was an Allosaur or Allosaurus itself. Interesting. That I did not know. I want to get a little bit of a wider idea, though, because Kentrosaurid stegosaurs are really fascinating to me. Because they seem to be... Huh. They are actually an outgroup. That I did not know. They're just straight up their own weird-ass thing that went off and did their own thing, seemingly. So even that other one... I mean, they are sister to whatever clade Miragaya is in. But they're not actually as closely related as I would have expected them to be. Wonder where it comes from. Never heard of it. Well, it's a long-necked stegosaur. Because the thing about regular, like, you have your platy stegosaurids, and then you have your spiny kentrosaurids. Which I guess maybe doesn't have as much diversity as I thought it did. Which I find interesting. I find it fascinating. I'll go a little bit. We'll put on the gas. We'll put on the gas. I have a tendency to just kind of like walk wander places, which does take longer, but there is an advantage to it. In the event that something was, because really you should only be running if you're getting chased or getting attacked. Because as soon as you don't, as soon as your stamina fucked, if you're at a stamina disadvantage, you're in a bad spot. As soon as you don't have the stamina for it, you're in a bad spot. Running out of stamina can essentially be life or death in this game, which makes sense. There is a strategy to just wear down your target. Make them waste all of their energy and with all their attacks. That is a strategy, but it is risky. That's why I feel like I did pretty well. I did pretty well in that fight because they weren't really... I was consistently getting damage out on them, and then the bleed was probably really a problem for them. They were like, fuck, every time we bite him, it hurts. I'm a pokey boy. That's a sheer drop. What I really should do is be prepared to slow down if I hear anything near me, or if I see anything near me, because essentially, I don't know what's nearby, so there's always a chance that I could run into something that could try to kill me. Oh yeah, if I sprint more, I can get across the map much faster. Duh. Gotta put on the gas. Gotta put on the dinosaur gas. Where is this from? First off, where is this from? Let's see, Portugal. Oh, this is a Portuguese stegosaur. Okay, interesting. So, most notably, if it was a radiation of stegosaur, its radiation happened way earlier and way more it seems that something happened. It seems that something happened, and the Kentrosaurus did seem to branch off from other stegosaurs a lot sooner than other stegosaurs, and it seems that this was some stegosaur that radiated out into Europe. This is actually a Portuguese dinosaur, which I did not know. That's kind of neat. I'd never heard of this. What formation are you from? Oh, it's from the Lurin... It's from the one for Lurinianosaurus. It's from the Luriniana formation. I'm doing my best. A certain Portuguese viewer heard me say that. I'm doing my best. I'm trying. I appreciate. I'm trying. But apparently it originates from the same formation as that dinosaur, which I did not know. Which means there's a chance, since that's a Portuguese Allosaurus, if it originated from the same formation, they probably did interact with each other. They probably were a primary predator and of those dinosaurs. Apparently there's a lot of shit that's actually been coming out of there. I did not realize. Sauropods, theropods. Apparently an early Abylosauridae. That's surprising to me. There were ceratosaurs, allosaurs. Yep, Lurinianosaurus was also in there. So, yeah. Would be a little bit of a surprise that Lurinianosaurus was not found in the Luriniana formation. That would be a little bit of a shocker. That would be a little bit of a surprise. Oh no, that's grass. Was like, is that something dangerous? Oh hey, an actual crossing point for me. That's kind of rare for my size. As soon as you can't jump anymore, your options for crossing water fucking plummet. You're just like, boy, I need to find some way to cross this river. And I'm being thwarted by a knuckle-high ledge. Ah, mushrooms. Here we go. I'm trying heading over the plains. I kind of prefer the plains. I think the plains is where most people congregate. Hey, thanks for following, Mr. Dummy. Welcome. I hope you enjoy me chilling out and talking about dinosaurs. Doing the thing. I'm trying to contribute. I'm trying to actually do the thing. Well, thank you. Fun fact. I have to show my credentials now. No! I need to flash my credentials. I have a major in geology with focuses in biology and illustration. I haven't gone for the paleontology yet. If I get to a point, honestly, if I got to a point, there's like a couple things I would go for. I'd either go for some kind of follow-up degree in illustration or go for paleontology and then utilize illustration to be able to do paleontological study. I would be interested in that. So that is something that's still just like in the back of my head. If I ever did the dang thing, if I ever got the opportunity, I probably would go for it. Actually, I probably would go for it. But yeah, I love Abilosaurids and Abilosauridae. That's what kind of blows my mind is this Jurassic Portuguese formation has maybe trace evidence of early Abilosauridae, which it always goes to show oftentimes the lineage probably goes back a little bit farther than you would expect, and that they do probably appear earlier than you expect them to. Is that a log? It is a log. I for a second was like, is that a fucking Allosaurus? I really thought that was a dinosaur for a second. I was like, I mean, personally, my favorite Abilosauridae is Majungatholus or Majungasaurus. I know that's always on the rocks. I knew it as Majungatholus first, and then I learned later that it changed to Majungasaurus. And I particularly think that Majungatholus is a better name, but I guess Majungasaurus is probably they did the thing that I always say is for the best. Majungasaurus was the older name. The Gurara Formation? No, this was I'm looking at the Lehuanana Formation in Portugal, because there's a dinosaur in this that I had never heard of before that was a Stegosaurus that felt very Kentrosaurus, but actually ended up not being as Kentrosaurus as I was expecting. In fact, Kentrosaurus is kind of the out group, is kind of the out of the Stegosaurids, which I did not know. I really did not know that. It seems that right now there aren't too many close derivative descendants to it, which I just didn't know that. I saw Mirai and I was like, that's gotta be a Kentrosaur. Half of its body is spikes, and it doesn't have the big wide plates, it's got the skinny plates. And then I looked at the phylogenetics and was like, well, at least for now, it doesn't seem to be that indicative. They're closely Kentrosaurus is closer related to Mirai than it is to Mariaya? It's probably a Portuguese word. Probably. Majungasaurus is the classic, like Allosaurus and Ox. You'll still call it Saurophagnax. Fagnax. I can't say that one. I'm just not allowed to say that one because I'm bad with words and I will say it wrong. I can't say it. I just can't enunciate it correctly, so I'm just not gonna. I always grew up on Allosaurus personally, so I'm an Allosaurus guy. That's the thing. That's the thing about taxonomic notation, is that it's not, listen, the whole Triceratops situation, I will be like, no. Should probably, at least in science terms, we should go by Torosaurus, because the classification is there for a reason. We want good, solid classification with good, solid rules that remove debate. We don't want debate. We actually want as little debate as possible. We debate what we need to. Naming is so impartial. Naming ultimately is impartial. That is always the hill that I have to remind people, is that the naming is impartial. We give things a name to give them a classification, and when that changes, we should change it because it's no longer indicative of the knowledge that we have. And debating over it is wasted energy. We could be doing something else with that. But I ended up opening, so what I usually do is if I'm curious about a dinosaur, curious about a piece of taxa in this game, that I start looking into the information, the places that I actually go for are, I either go for the dinosaur itself and start looking at its lineages, seeing its most closest relatives, and see where the kind of spider web of radiation, of how that kind of developed and how they differentiated themselves from other dinosaurs. I find that one curious in the case of stegosaurs, because I feel like stegosaurs are baffling to me, and how I need to look at the geological placement of things, because the fact that we have stegosaurs in Africa and stegosaurs in North America, it's still just like there was starting to be breakup. As far as I know, stegosaurs, radiation-wise, were not necessarily that geographically centralized, which I think is weird, but that just might be a gap. I might need to look into that information more to find more understanding, to broaden my understanding of how we have Kentrosaurus all the way in Kenya, and we have Stegosaurus all the way in the Morrison Formation. Because they still have a like ancestry. They still came from a like ancestor, which means that like ancestor had to be localized somewhere that could radiate out from a centralized location to have these two groups speciate separately from each other at some point. So that means there had to be some kind of connection, landmass-wise, at some point in the Jurassic. Which, I mean, Pangaea was Triassic, and that was the big hodgepodge. That was the big one, the big continent. And it didn't start breaking up until the early Triassic, and I don't know how much Pangaea was still together through the course of the Jurassic. It probably, the Jurassic is kind of where Pangaea started finally breaking up anyways. So, am I where I think I am? I am where I think I am. Might not be able to cross here. Might be too big. Might be too big. And as far as I know, I think there has been some trace evidence of other Kentrosaur stegosaurs in Africa. So they did diversify there as well. But it is much more fragmentary compared to North American. And as far as so it sounds like the only places that stegosaur ancestry is like located seems to be places in Africa, places in Europe, and places in North America, which I think I need to look at, because I do know that Europe was surprisingly close to North America still throughout a pretty good, decent chunk of the Jurassic. I know it wasn't connected anymore, but it wasn't that far away from each other. Oh, do it. Go up. Oh man, I want to. I don't want to cross in water. It's so dangerous. I'm gonna try something I've never tried before. Oh, I should probably be crossing like this. Oh fuck. Well, never mind. There's a totally safe way to use that fucking bridge. God damn it. Noted. And then I'm gonna die in 2 seconds. Remember, the Jurassic, we have Gondwana and Laurasia. And that time, Africa and North and South America were connected. That's kind of a gap that I have. And you do see connections of South America and Africa being connected with, I believe, a pterosaur. I believe you see a pterosaur that is found. Was it a pterosaur or was it a prosauropod? I don't remember. There is something. There is something. I definitely know about the African-South American connection. I just don't remember when that happened. So that I need a map. I really need a map of the early Jurassic. That's the thing, is a lot of the world was, yeah, still pretty close together, and you are correct. Gondwana, which was the combination, essentially the combination of Africa and South America in the early Triassic, and then I think probably through the course of the Triassic you have probably a radiation of stegosaurs, because Kentrosaurus did deviate early on in stegosaur evolution. They're fairly old taxa in comparison to things like Stegosaurus and stuff. So, what is likely to have happened is you have a radiation event of basal stegosaurs somewhere, just somewhere. Could be North America, could be Africa, could be somewhere. It seems to be kind of in that centralized area. And then you have them radiate out, and then as the land masses change over the course of the Jurassic, because the land mass actually changed quite radically from the beginning to the end of the Jurassic, from my understanding, as that changed over time, you have, things getting localized and separated from each other. So you have stegosaurs, which can develop in the late Jurassic from earlier stegosaurs that originated from somewhere. Just somewhere. That's all I'm going to say, because I can't say confidently. This is why I find phylogenetics personally very fascinating in discussion, is a lot of phylogenetics and reading taxa change over time is about trying to figure out where things came from and what they descended to and how those speciation branches happened. Because it's so fascinating how they did, because oftentimes they originated at one point, radiated out from that one point, and then were physically separated by land masses over millions of years. What the fuck was that? Uh-oh. Oh, those are those Allosaurs. Yeah, nope. If I couldn't with a Therizinosaurus, 2 Allosaurs are going to be a problem, so I gotta break off from that. I think with the Kentrosaurus... Another Allosaurus. What the fuck? How many Allosaurus are there? A lot. Seems. Many. I've never seen... Usually Allosaurus is not this popular. I have never seen this many Allosaurus on at the same time. Europe and North America also have a lot of interesting overlap between the late Jurassic and the early Cretaceous. I always find that interesting because you have things like radiation of Spinosaurs. Spinosaurs somewhere between the late Jurassic and early Cretaceous. Because if you have things as far north as Baryonyx and then things as far south as Spinosaurs, that means that they had to have some kind of origination point between there. They had to have somewhere in between there Spinosaurs first appeared. So with the oh, I gotcha. What's funny is I actually rather like Allosaurus as it is now, so I'll be excited to see what they add, because right now Allosaurus also is pretty much a one-trick pony. They're a fun one-trick pony, but they are a one-trick pony. I'm in danger. Got some Utah Raptor. Oh boy. I think those are the 2 Allosaurus that killed me earlier. This is what's rough, is once you start getting macrofauna starting to pack together, it's like... Don't you look at me. Don't you look at me. Yeah, 3v1, I'm not gonna have a chance. What the fuck is wrong with your head? That's a Suko. Is that not a Suko? That looks like a Suchomimus, but what the hell is he carrying? Mm-mm. 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 The advantage I have here, I think, is I have a little bit better stamina and speed than an Allosaurus, so if it came down to it, I'd really have to, like... I'd have to play defensive until I could start chasing one of them down. Ooh, baby. Looks like that Sucho and Allo are together. Or are those U two? Are those U's? Are those U's? U's are that big? I thought U's were medium size. Oh no, I'm showing my butt. I don't know anything about dinosaurs. Yeah. I had a feeling they were Allos. They feel too big! They feel too big! Allosaurus is a small macrofauna predator, okay? They're on the small side for macrofauna. I guess I'm on the small side for macrofauna, so that, yeah, I would consider them a medium-sized macrofauna, but... Yeah, this is a modded server. I can say the name. It's password locked now, and you can still join it, and it has a password, you just have to join their Discord, but it is PT Semi-Realism, and there's 2 of them now. I noticed this, so you want the one that has the Discord name in it, you don't want the one that's just called PT Semi-Realism, which I find bizarre, because it just seemingly is another... That's the Concatenator. See, I could take a Concatenator. That would be fine. That's like a fair fight. Like, we're pretty equally matched. And I could feasibly do a single Allosaurus, but I think as soon as there's going to be more than one macro predator, I'm going to be in a bad spot. Kind of boxing me out. Not even worth it. I'm not stupid. Sometimes this is how it goes. It'd be really tough. I'd have a hard time. I think I could, but it'd be really... I'd have to be really careful. Just pure size-wise, I'm actually in a lot of danger. There also seem to be a lot of paired up carnivores I'm noticing in this area, which kind of is a bummer. But this is the trade-off of playing solo, I feel like, is I'm fine playing solo, it does mean that I have to be very careful. But hey, that's the fun for me. I gotta be on my toes. Look, I have to actually pay attention to what other people are doing. Can't just wander around freely willy-nilly. Lest I become somebody's lunch. Like, even a pack of Concatenator, I think I could take. I could do two or three Concatenator, but 2 Allosaurus. 1 Allosaurus I could at least defend myself, but 2 Allosaurus I'd be in a pretty bad state. That said, I do think I do a little bit better at having at kind of evasive gameplay, so if they were trying to chase me down, especially for Kentrosaurus, they would benefit from that since they're all tail. Thinking about it, Connie? You thinking about it, Connie? You thinking about it, Connie? I don't know if he's thinking about it, but it feels like he's thinking about it. Ooh, Argentinosaurus. I think I recognize that Argentinosaurus. Is he being attacked? He's just booking it. Cat row. Yeah, bro. You doing, bud? What? Bleeding a little bit? What? What's the problem? What, Capro? What do you want? I also do... He was bleeding. No, he's bleeding. What do you want? What do you want? I do need to keep up with him. I think the camera's gonna get fucking jumped. Oh shit! Oh, are you the Apado? Oh hey, look. That. Well, welcome. I like this server. This server honestly is genuinely really good, and I understand why they went to the password safety, and even before the password safety, I didn't have that bad of a time, honestly. I feel like most people are pretty good about stuff like that, and like, I don't mind even like getting hunted, like as a part of the game. This is part of the fun for me. You know, like getting attacked and stuff. I'll probably switch between it today. Being very herbivore focused because I want to talk about some more herbivores. Talk about my favorite stegosaur. Kentrosaurus is actually my favorite stegosaur, and that's not a diss to Stegosaurus. Stegosaurus is fucking cool. I just love how weird Kentrosaurus is. I like that Kentrosaurus isn't as big as Stegosaurus, actually. There's like something kind of novel about the fact that Kentrosaurus is like, if you just had like a littler guy. If you had like a literal guy, but then made him a fucking nightmare. If you made him like a nightmare covered in spines. I like that about him. Also, I felt pretty good about that Capro. I warded that Capro off pretty well. I feel like I'm starting to get an idea of how to do the like stamina mitigation and stuff like that, and I do play this game to want to still like have the bursts of PvP. So I know there are ways to play this game to be completely passive if I want to. Listen, I love this gremlin. I will play the Sky Gremlin from time to time. But I do also play it for the PvP element. And I understand how the server works when it comes to PvP, so, you know, like, Capro tried to initiate a hunt. I defended myself. I think that's kind of cool. That's just totally fair. That's fair game. He did kind of a bad job, but I'm also I'm the kind of proponent of like PvP doesn't always have to also end in death, especially if I'm playing an herbivore. For me, PvP ends as an herbivore where they back off like completely. That's why I had to chase him for a little bit. Like I had won, but I had to make sure that he was gonna back off. Water here's getting kind of fucky. Also, I hate being a Kentrosaurus around this water hole a little bit, because Kentrosaurus is considered small enough to be grabbable by Dinosuchus and Sacrosuchus, and it's maddening to me, but okay. I mean, it makes sense. I'm not complaining about it. It just means that I have to worry. Thank you. I wasn't gonna get a dinosaur game, having grown up with things like my formative dinosaur game was actually Primal Carnage. I was a very active member of the Primal Carnage community. I used to go by Link1299 back in those days, and I was a fairly vocal individual in that community, and it was one of the first communities I ever joined, and it was an interesting thing because it was the kind of community that I was like growing notoriety in as the game developed. Like, I joined that community before the game actually released, and I made a Primal Carnage video. The first YouTube video I ever made was a Primal Carnage video. And if I'm gonna play a dinosaur game, I want the dinosaurs to fight. I'm still a 10-year-old. I want to see the dinosaurs butt heads. But I'm not gonna go out. I understand. And that's the thing I like about a realism and semi-realism is combat and PvP actually happens for reasonable, natural reasons. And it isn't just a death ball. You aren't just constantly in threat of dying every second. At least I don't feel that way. And I like that about it. It's true. I heard the siren call of it fairly recently because I was talking to Sean. We were getting ready for stream yesterday, and we were discussing. Oh, that sucks. This is why you got to be careful. There is a lot of carnivore activity right now, and I feel like if I get swamped by a pack, I'm fucking donezo. It's true, and it was peak. It was a peak game at its time. It was the best dinosaur game, and it was. I can confirm that. I didn't have a good PC, mind you, but I did have a PC that could play it. And for me, I have a lot of really good, fond memories of playing that game, both as the humans and the dinosaurs. It was TF2 for dinosaurs. Dinosaurs and people. But like. That's why I'm like, I feel like I'm right at home here, because like, I'm just like, man, they just feel like the dinosaurs in that game. They really did a good job of designing it, and I was hearing the siren call of Primal Carnage again out of curiosity, because Sean and I were discussing multiplayer life, and the idea that, theoretically speaking, with regards to Primal Carnage, if I... Oh, this poor Dinokairos. Can he make it to the water? I don't think he can make it to the water. Oh, these Allosaurus, though. Mainly, if I got swamped by 2 Allosaurus, I'd have to keep it 1v1. And Kentrosaurus has a bit of an advantage on that. The reason why the Therizinosaurus went bad is I'm not really versed with the Therizinosaurus. I'm not really that it was the first time I played him, so I'll need to practice with the Therizinosaurus a little bit. But they just ganged up on me. There was just 2v1 on top of me, and I couldn't disengage fast enough, and I didn't really have good disengage. Whereas Therizinosaurus, I feel like I actually have decent disengage, and I can mitigate it to a 1v1 for most of the fight if I'm very careful. Because the biggest thing I have advantage of is that my butt is filled with fuck. Okay. Okay. Well, let's walk straight into the Tyrannosaurus. Oh, Grand Plains, why are you so spicy? But we were talking about multiplayer survivability, and one of the things that I could argue is that even though Primal Carnage is not at what it was, at least if I got enough people together, I could feasibly play that game. I could say, we're gonna go back to the olden days, I'm gonna see what the state of Primal... God, there's so many Allosaurus packs. So many Allosaurus packs right now. Or is that the same group? That feels like a different group of Allosaurus. But theoretically, because Primal Carnage is in a lobby system, you could open up a server, even a private server, still play that game. You can. And a part of me is like the siren call of like, if I was able to arrange that, could I get people to play Primal Carnage again? To live the old gooden days, especially because now I'm like, it's been so long, I have a better computer, it probably would run better, it would look better, I think it would be fun, but I'd have to like really work together to collect that. And the reason why we're talking about that is I feel like a lot of, you know, multiplayer lives and dies on its post-life accessibility, in which if a community really wanted to resurrect a game or continue playing it, they still can, and they have the tools to do so. Oh shit. Fuck. The fact that you can grab me feels like bullshit. You know what? Put me down. Put me down. What do you want? Ugh. That hurt. He startled me. I feel like I'm in the right for that. He didn't hurt me, so fair enough, but I was scared. Thank you for teaching me a lesson, T-Rex. I was trying to pay attention, but... And I'm kind of in a bad spot. Go for it again. Easy. Gonna go for it again. Gonna go for it again. Gonna go for it again. Easy. Come on. Come on, bud. This Capro really wants me. This Capro really keeps trying. This Capro really keeps trying. Now this seems like a problem. That seems like I'm getting squared off. Keep running. Just keep running. Just keep running. Need to disengage. So yeah, if we ever got to a point, or a size, as somebody who was a huge member of the Primal Carnage community, who does miss that game. Like, I do miss that game. It was a really, really fun game. If people ever wanted to like be like, let's resurrect it for one last hurrah, I would totally be down to do that because it's possible with that game. It absolutely is. And the reason why I brought up the Siren Call is I'm always just like, I'm a little curious. I'm like, are there still some OG original Primal Carnage diehards still playing it to this day? And if there are, I would honestly not be surprised. That game was a cult classic at this point. Like, the people who loved that game, me included, really loved that game. It was really good. Oh, I gotta call it soon. Better luck next time, Mr. Capro. I do have the bloodlust, though. I really want to kill that Capro. He keeps on probing. He keeps on trying for it. I'm like, you can try, bud. He's a coward. This is my thing, is like, if I'm gonna try to hunt a Kentro, like, I'm not gonna back off. I'm gonna try for it. Do it or don't. Is that a Pistachosaurus? Is that a pistachio? I feel like you're doing well. You're doing good. Keep it up, bud. I believe in you. Where's that Utah raptor? No, wait, what the hell is that? I don't know what that is. Can't tell if that Allosaurus is joining or not. Or is that a U? Oh, that might be a U. I forget that U's are a little bit bigger. They are bigger. They're a little bit smaller than an Allosaurus. I forget about that. I think that... What the hell is that? Is that a baby Displetosaurus? I believe... I think this game also has some of the best dinosaur fighting I've seen, because B.O.B. is a little bit janky, a little bit too janky for me. And then I just haven't played the Isle, and I don't care to, because I feel like everything I hear about it, it deserves to be boycotted. Is everything I hear about the Isle is that it just deserves to be boycotted. I don't know if that might seem harsh, but nothing about it, its development has made me sound like it's a game I should support, even if it's a good game. Death of the Artist, except for when people genuinely are being bastard men. What is Sacro's doing so far in? Alright, I might have to call it soon. I don't want to see the conclusion of this. Are they backing off? God, I still feel like I'm in danger. Man, it's too boring over by the lake. Let me go to the Great Plains. I'm constantly in danger. Gotcha. I'll definitely have my Thera worked up a little bit more, because I feel like my Therizinosaurus, I just needed to practice more. Yes. Yes, Utah Raptor. Yes, Utah Raptor. Yes, Utah Raptor. This guy's really good at dodging, it seems. Why can't I run? That's bad. Oh, fuck. Ooh, that hurt. I know that hurt. Oh, I hit him. Is he bleeding? I heard him make pain noise. Come on. Where do you think you're going? 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 Did he heal? What happened? I don't see his marks. Yeah, I just get the impression that what sucks is there's so many things about the Isle that I'm like, presentation-wise, yeah, I think that things like the knights look terrifying and cool, and yeah, that looks interesting and fun, and just everything else is a nightmare. Everything else is a nightmare about it. Nothing about it I've heard seems to be good. I'm doing a good job defending myself, at least, but I'm not really getting any kills. But hey, at least I'm warding things off. Don't fuck with the spiny boy, I gotta call it. I gotta call it. I gotta go. It's my niece's birthday, I gotta get ready to leave. Well, I don't gotta leave for an hour, but I do need to get ready for it. And I usually end about this time anyway, so... See, I don't know, I couldn't get into Bermuda after a while because it was a little... The infinite growing really turns me off of it. Because I think that this has a little bit more of a sense of, like, attempt at game balance to try to make it that kind of, like, naturalistic thing. I played a decent amount of Bermuda, and I did get into it, and I thought it was, like, really cool for a while, and then I just kind of was like, man, I don't know, I can't get into the PvP of this game for some reason. So this is the game that nails it for the medium for me, of being like more along the lines of what the Isle is going for without being a nightmare, and a lot more fair whilst trying to be a video game. Yeah. I do like the color system in the game of Bermuda more, in that I can make some really cool dinosaur designs, and then the double-edged sword, but then I see the most ridiculous ones, and I'm like, man, I put all this work to make a really cool, realistic dinosaur coloration, and then most people are running around like technicolored weirdos, and the more I thought about it, the more I'm like, yeah, that's kind of weird, I don't like that. It's also just more janky, which is fine. That's fair. That's not an insult to it. If you like Beast of Bermuda, that's good. I think this is hitting the medium for me, and I'm glad that my friend gifted me a key for it. So, well, I gotta call it there. This is it for me. We're gonna do one more thing before we go. Because I mentioned that I do illustration. We're gonna do one more thing before we go. I'm gonna make a picture, and you guys can participate. Whatever chat says, I'll use as a reference. All you gotta do is type in chat, and I'll add it to a prompt, and then I'll use that prompt to make an image. Let me open up Paint. Let me open up my program. And if you want to help me make a prompt to get started, being my little pin cushion. Give you guys I'll give you guys a little bit to add to that. Let me open my timer. Man, I didn't even talk about, I even opened up my own paper. I have a paper on the Ingersoll Shale from 2014. I have a paper on the Ingersoll Shale that I wrote for the paleoecology of the Ingersoll Shale. If you know nothing about the Ingersoll Shale, it's not the biggest formation, it's not the biggest bed, but it does have some of the coolest fossils that I've ever seen. It is a... Let me read my own paper for a second. It's in the Utah Formation of western Alabama into northern Mississippi. Fuck, I was bad at writing. I just said during the Cretaceous. Not what period of the Cretaceous. Aw, man, I just said the Cenomanian Age. I don't know what that means. I should have said some kind of relativity. I should have been like late Cretaceous, early Cretaceous, literally anything. Oh, I didn't know how to write back then. I'm sorry. But mainly the big takeaway is the fossils from the Ingersoll Shale are all, well, a majority of them are actually pyritized fossils. So it takes a lot of soft material, and the way that the fossils formed is when biological material fell to the bottom of that area, anoxic microbes would eat away the biota and then replace it with pyrite as a byproduct. So you get, and one of the cool fossils that came out of this was a complete, if I understand, was a lot of like dinosaur feathers, and the feathers would be completely replaced by pyrite. And I was like, that's cool. There's also like traces of amber and stuff in it. It's pretty cool. And also, hi, Spooky. We're getting ready for the to hang up the hat, but welcome. Being my little pincushion that Croco doesn't understand. Can't be bitten. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna make an image based on that. Oh, I didn't do the thing, I got distracted. Let me put that over there. Open this. I'll grab my pen. I don't know what disconnected. Wasn't that? Alright. Yeah, this is the boy. I have made the boy. That Capro really wanted to try to get me. He really tried, but he just didn't understand that I'm filled with ouch. I'm filled with ouch. Looks good. Alright, stick around to the very end if you want to see that image. We also do a bit of a closing bit. We do raid after every stream, so that way the vampire or daywalkers in our chat can keep watching. Just everybody else out there, make sure to go lock your doors and windows. It's almost lunchtime for daywalkers. And thank you for joining, everybody. Hope you had a good... Actually, it's no longer lunchtime for daywalkers. You can go unlock your doors and windows. It's no longer lunchtime for daywalkers. Thanks for joining, everybody. Hope you had a good time and you enjoyed the show. If you're able to join the live show, thank you for stopping by, chatting, and watching. If you're watching this in the future, thank you for taking the time to go back and rewatching the VOD. We appreciate it. If you're out there and you enjoyed this, and you want to see more of what we're up to, I recommend scrolling down below and following, or clicking any of the links. There's a link to all the socials in the Discord. We post when we go live on any one of those platforms, as well as anything else that we're up to, and just generally you come hang out with the rest of the community there. It's a good time on the Discord. Speaking of which, shout out to our community on the Discord and everyone who follows. You guys are a wonderful audience and we appreciate you. If we do anything particularly entertaining or noteworthy, feel free to clip it and share it on the internet. Just make sure to also hashtag it with MCCanary or link it back to the stream so people can find more of the good stuff we do here. And as always, if you want to see the stream grow, you gotta let people know. I appreciate that people have been talking about the stream and I encourage you guys to do it more. It does help us out and it's super rad that, you know, you guys are willing to do that and that we're doing things that you guys want to talk about. So go tell people about the weird dinosaur stream you found. Go tell your friends about the stream. I can't. And as always, a huge thank you to all of our supporters on Patreon, Ko-fi, and Twitch. Your generosity allows us to continue to expand the stream, as well as take on more projects. The stream would not be made possible without viewers like you. So we thank you. If you want to see your name added to this list, as well as a couple of the benefits you can get, you could always subscribe directly on Twitch, or check out the Patreon page or Ko-fi here. It'll show you everything that you can get, and any amount is always appreciated. Once again, thank you. And thank you to the mods, you wonderful job of holding back the wrong name and becoming famous. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I had so many dinosaur tabs open. I just want to talk about dinosaurs. My fun little game about playing as a dinosaur, where occasionally the other dinosaurs try to eat me. It's fun. I appreciate it. I hope that you guys enjoy it. I hope you guys enjoy me rambling about dinosaurs. And really, I want to maintain this. I am trying to make this a perspective of I'm learning about dinosaurs while talking about them. So I am looking up the information actively. I'm never just talking, I usually have something open on the side that I'm trying to reference and read, because that's how you talk about something. Oh, you're good. We're just closing it down. We're just closing down. But thanks for joining. I'll get you through housekeeping and get you on your way. Check out the rest of our friends in Goblin Entertainment. That link tree has links to everyone's channels and everything that they've done and they've been up to. And the rest of my stuff here, which has everything that I post to. So go check everybody out in Goblin Entertainment. And stick around, we'll be heading to somebody. I should find another paleo guy. I'll try to find it. I'll try to find another Path of Titans guy. There's just no VTuber for the dinosaur. I'm the only VTuber that talks about dinosaurs. What the hell? Let me see. We will take a bit. We will take a bit of a... We'll go with somebody I know. There actually aren't that many people on right now. We got Joe and we've got John. Let's go say hi to John. John Jay's playing Pokemon. He is a shiny hunter. He's a good guy. Everybody go say hi to him. He's rad. He's been going for 16 hours. Please tell him to not die. What the fuck, John? So stick around for that. He's a good guy. Otherwise, have yourselves a good afternoon and evening or morning, wherever you are. Take it easy. And remember, to learn and understand anything is not just memorization. I don't remember anything. Everything we talked about today, I had to look up. Research. Always be willing to research something. Always. That seems about right. I like that he was trying to bite my butt like that was where he should bite. He was trying to bite my butt like that was the best place to bite. That's where all the spikes were, buddy. That's where all the spikes were. I will give it to that Utah. That Utah was actually really good. He was doing a good job avoiding getting hit. He was pretty good at dodging the spikes. Like, he had me a little bit nervous. If he was a little bit more aggressive, I think he probably would have got me. I do have a spicy butt. Thank you for noticing. It's my niece's birthday. Happy birthday.